All right, good morning, everyone. Just a quick sound check. If no one can hear me out there, say something. We'll kick off this meeting on the Commission on Mineral Resources for the state of Nevada here on Thursday, August 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. or just past 10 a.m., 10:07. First off, Rebecca, if you could do a roll call. And a reminder to commissioners and, of course, anyone coming to speak at the podium that we need to use the mic buttons in order for the mics to work before speaking. We haven't been in this room for a while, so thank you.
When I call your name, please say here for the record. Josh Nordquist.
Here.
Mary Corpy.
Here.
Arthur Henderson.
Here.
Bob Felder.
Here.
Nigel Bain. Randy Griffin.
Here.
Stephanie Hallinan.
Here.
And Rebecca, for the record, then we do have a quorum for the commission. Okay, next up is a Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all stand and face the closest flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Comments by the general public. Do we have any comments by the general public at this time? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Next up is approval of the agenda. Do we have any comments or suggested changes to the agenda today? And if none, we'll move forward with a motion and a second to approve them.
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I actually have a point of discussion. I just remembered. Today we'll switch things up after we come back from recess and before we start with new business. We'll first do an old business item, which is the review of the 2023 to 2025 financials before we resume with the new business. So that's one item in front of new business today. So I'll move to modify the agenda as mentioned.
So move.
And finally, any discussion on that point? No discussion, we'll move towards a vote. All in favor with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed with nay? All right, the agenda with the modification is approved unanimously. Okay, first off with new business today in this first part of the session is the interview of selected candidates for the administrator position. We have two candidates we'll interview today, and I think as a matter of process, but we'll discuss it as we get forward here. We'll interview one at a time and ask the other to be outside the room during the interviews, as not to relay any forwarding information. But at this time we have Rob present. We're expecting John Spring any time now, and so I think when he arrives, and which he's here. Okay. Does he want to step in for a moment?
He could come in until.
Wouldn't mind saying hi real quick, and then we can make sure we're all on the same page. Hello, Mr. Spring. How are you today? Excellent. Sorry to pull you in just as a matter of process. we'll do each interview at one at a time, and we'll have the other person outside during the process, so that of course we're not hearing the questions ahead of schedule. So I think we'll start with Rob, and then when Rob's complete, we'll ask you to step in after that. Sound good? Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Nigel's coming in. Hi, Nigel. All right, Rob, if you would mind, approach the podium. All right, welcome. I think to kick things off, we'll of course each commissioner is available to ask any question at any given time and provide comments, and just to make this an open session for questions, and we'll sort of kick things off. So maybe this is my role. I'll kick things off with the first question, and I think that is what do you see as going forward in the state of Nevada as the main challenges for the development of Nevada-based minerals and geothermal, and how do you see this role being involved with those in the future?
Good morning, everyone. Rob Galleri for the record. In response to the question provided by Chairman Norquist, there has been a very large amount of discussion at the federal level in DC about critical minerals, production, the permitting reform, like HR 1 included, in multiple aspects that are going to affect not only the state of Nevada, but the U.S. in general for the minerals industry. Recently, there was it was under DOE, actually DOI, Environmental Cleanup Division, I believe is what it was under. They proposed rules for NEPA reform. As I was sitting in public comment for IFC yesterday, I was reading through as much as I could. It is fairly large reform. These reforms that are being proposed are going to affect the permitting process, but also the interaction with personnel, tribal liaisons, with the public in general. And the NEPA reform as moving forward was looking to be more of a protection category rather than a multiple use. So the role moving forward for the minerals industry is going to be the left hand saying we want to have more rules and regulations. We're going to have more public interaction and everything else with the tribal groups, which is great. But the right hand saying, hey, we need more critical mineral production. So are we going to focus on just critical minerals only and ignore the rest of the production across the U.S.? We're still yet to see that. This role is going to be key with the division, and what it has done since I've been here is the ability for us to be able to communicate. Not only communicate with public at large, with colleagues, but also with the local, state and local legislatures as well as the federal. Having the ability to reach out to our representation within the state of Nevada, and interactions with the Interstate Mining Compact Commission, or any of those others, IOGCC, to be able to effectively communicate the need, desire, and benefit of mineral production here in Nevada as well as the U.S. There's many avenues to go for this one. Just to add to that, the opportunity that we do have at the many events we attend, recently in New Orleans at IMCC, Interstate Mining Compact Commission. It was Dr. Felgus, who's in charge of the Mining Law Reform Group, having the ability to sit down and talk with him in conversations and explain the differences. Having the state perspective is very important, and having opportunities like that. They hear one side at that level of DC of this is what they're hearing from the state level management, but they're not hearing it from the district level, so having that interaction was very helpful with him. He thought the claim system was absolutely broken and never worked, so having those simple conversations are helpful to have those types of situations.
Commissioner Hallinan for the record. I have a question for you, Rob. So the division is required to work closely with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources and interface with the governor's office and the legislature, which you implied and discussed some of those relationships. So what skills or experience do you have to facilitate that good working relationship? Do you have an idea or a strategy moving forward on how to approach that?
Thank you for the question. So over the last 10 plus years at the division, constant collaboration for the AML program when I first started was important to build the program. The relationship with DCNR is strong. I was sending emails to them at 5:15 last night before I walked out of the office, trying to collaborate on different efforts. I was with DCNR employee all day Tuesday on a reclamation bond pool trip. But continuing those conversations and having open dialogue with our partner agencies. We all know there's expertise in different groups. We're very fortunate at the division. We're not as siloed as some others, but having that vision from the outside perspective looking in helps bring those groups together and be able to talk with them. The things that the division does do that interacts and creates these type of relationships is simple as like the Reclamation Award Tour, right? We're pulling DCNR, wildlife, and other BLM, Forest Service all together saying, hey, let's go look at these reclamation projects. And at that point, when you're traveling with people, you get the opportunity to communicate and discuss and build relationships there. As for the legislatures, we have our interactions with them. One key thing with them that I've learned over the years is as much as they are trying to do what their goals and agendas are, they are people as well, right? They have the kids, they have the children, they have their families, and being able to approach them in just the aspect of, hey, what are you guys looking to do? What is your goal? What can we do to help educate you with this? How do we meet a common good for what we're both trying to accomplish? In working through that process, finding the partners that have those relationships with them. So, for instance, I was with IMCC talking to Congresswoman Lee's staffer about the Hard Rock AML Good Samaritan bills and legislation moving forward, and having those simple conversations with him and the staffer. Congresswoman Lee voted against the budget because she said there's only $5 million for all AML nationally. Nevada needs 10 times that a year to get stuff rolling, right? I can't justify this. Having those types of conversations and being able to educate the legislatures as well as the other members of the groups is going to be key to move forward. Partnership is vital. Being able to rely on your partners and educate your partners and learn from them as well will help move forward in the future.
Rob, Commissioner Felder for the record. I have a two-part question. It's just a curiosity. This wasn't one of our list questions, but I'm really curious why you didn't apply the first go-around. And then after you answer that, I'm just curious what your long-term goals are, say 5, 10, 15 years down the road professionally.
So I did apply. It was just that late morning, afternoon. I did get my application finally in that Friday. It was after it was extended because at that point, there was lots of conversations, and this is, I'll let you guys know, going back to April, I've been working in our role at the division with IMCC, National Association of Abandoned Mine Land Programs, and Office of Environmental Policy and Compliance on the development of the International Hard Rock Program policy. And I was approached by the director if I was interested in a job there. I was offered that job last week. I declined it. It was lots of lengthy conversations. It was not something I went and looked for. It came to me in that aspect. And it was conversations internally with my wife and I, a lot of internal thinking of where I want to be. And in my opinion, I saw the biggest way for me to make the most positive benefit or the most impact was here at the division in long term. I had the goal for the last 10, 11 years to be the administrator long term. I wasn't quite expecting the retirement when it came out. I will admit to that. That caught me off guard. But I did have my name in there. I was kind of trying to make sure I had all my T's crossed, I's dotted, make sure I knew the decision I was making was the one I wanted to stick to long term. And so with that, the follow-up on the question, the 5 to 10 year mark, I know in the past, I've been told the administrator position is kind of a 5-year position. I also see that there's also administrators previous, almost a decade plus ago, that were there for close to 10 years or even longer. I see this as an opportunity for me to continue to develop and build the agency. What Mike's been able to left me with having an additional FTE starting in October, is the first step in that. There is a whole bunch of moving parts right now with the division. There's so many aspects. The only one I don't see growing exponentially is oil and gas at the moment, just because of a lot of different aspects going on. But the abandoned mines program is going to grow. We see geothermal planning to grow. Being able to be involved from where we have been in the past to where I think this agency is going to end up in the future is something I plan to be a part of for a long time. So having that, and the reason why the application came in a little late, it was still on time. It was still that Friday. It wasn't close of business. But it was a very deep dive internally of where I saw myself and where I wanted to be. And I made that decision to turn down the other position that would have required me moving out of state to stay here in Nevada and continue to do this.
Commissioner Griffin has got a question that goes back a little bit. What made you major in geology? I mean, what motivated you? How did you pick that out from 100 other things that you could possibly pick?
I'm looking at the Kiwi. I was in New Zealand. And I started my college education as a mechanical engineer. Realized I really did not like electronics. Switched to civil engineering and realized it wasn't the electronics, it was the engineering aspect I didn't care for as much. So I floated for a little while, and I was doing secondary education, natural science. I love science. I wanted to do something in science-related fields, but I didn't know what. I could become a teacher, figure it out long term. I did a semester abroad in New Zealand, was fortunate enough to take a geography mixed course, and came back to UNR and switched. I switched at the beginning of my 4th year. So I kind of crammed, taking 200-300 level classes at the same time. But the idea for me in geology was the understanding of where materials come from was a big aspect, but also being able to look at the history of the earth and everything to do with outside. I am a very avid outdoorsman. I will be traveling tonight to Eureka for a hunt. So being outside is a big part of it, but just that general sense of understanding the history and the process of where things come from is what got me into geology.
Commissioner Corpy, since Bob stole my question, I'll come up with another one that's not on the list here. We hear both in the country, but specifically in the state, the difficulty of filling jobs. And we're now going to be in a situation at the division of 2 spots potentially. Any insight as to how we can incentivize the best people to apply for those jobs? And because we've got a great staff right now, and to bring in another 1 or 2, it's important to get the right person. So just your thoughts on that.
So this isn't just the state or the division, it's everywhere is the issue, right? Being able to incentivize is going to be difficult for this, and always has been for the agency, right? I was working in exploration, and what made me want to come to the state was family reasons. I actually wanted to be home with my wife. Even though I love being out in the field as much as I did, I still actually liked being around her, right? So being able to find the right people is going to be a long-term goal. But one of the big things with us, and the reason I think that people do come to the division and like to be at the division, stay at the division, is we encourage growth and development. We don't want to bring in somebody who, just as an example, a reclamation bond writer, who, here's what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do, you don't have time to go to conferences, you don't have time to go to trainings, you want to look at drones? No, we're busy doing this is what you're going to do, right? You're going to lose people doing that. Encouraging growth internally is going to be important, okay? What education do you want to do? Do you want to continue with additional GIS? Do you want to develop the drone program, which sometimes that ends up people leaving to other companies? But with that said, worst case scenario, the people you're training and you're educating goes to potential other companies or consulting firms who then you're working with again, so then you have a trusted ally there. but being able to encourage the growth and encourage people's development to let them explore. As they still have to do their jobs. They still have to meet the goals and objectives and the mission of the division, but they also have the ability to have the flexibility to look at different aspects. For example, Ms. Patterson is she's been involved with land, and you guys have seen what she does with GIS, and she wants to become a landman, right? Let's encourage that. Let's try to get somebody else, because that also, having somebody like that at the division is extremely helpful for what we do on a day-to-day basis anyways. So encouraging additional development internally, I think, is a big one. Recruitment is going to be difficult. There's no doubt about that. But having those relationships with other state agencies, sometimes you could potentially look elsewhere externally to be able to pull additional people in that may want to have a change in their career. Like the feds, they encourage moving around almost to a fault, right? There's people that have worked at the feds that are 1 to 2 years, jump around job to job to job, never actually have to make a decision, because whatever decision they make, they're gone by the time the actual effects come to it. But people do want to change. Starting with an agency and staying there for 30 years is the rarity, not the norm now. So having the ability to pull people from different aspects, different backgrounds, will be able to help. And, if you get 5 years out of someone, I think that's a pretty good job.
Chairman Nordquist, so you're obviously, very much aware of the administrator position. You've been exposed to it for years now. What do you see as your biggest challenge in taking on this new level role, and how would you approach it to solve it?
So this is kind of going back to a previous question by Bob, was, Mike and I had lots of long conversations about me and applying for this position. And one of the things is would it be ideal if I had another 3-5 years of experience? Yes. But at the same time, unless you make that step forward to do that position, you're never going to get the true experience you need for that position. So to answer your question, the biggest things for me is going to be, I have a very strong grasp on the industry. I understand what is going on, but I don't have the 2+ decades of knowledge of the personnel and the people. And so being able to attend the conferences where you're interacting with people, being able to meet with commissions like this, with yourselves that are experts in their commission or in their fields, to rely on those resources to where if there is something that comes up, it's not just me. I have you guys. I have the ability to reach out to experience of, we did this in the 80s and 90s and it worked great, or that was not good. This is what we recommend moving forward. The biggest thing for me is going to be the ability to truly. Okay, I'll back up. I look at it in an aspect. The two people's shoes I'm going to be filling is Rich and Mike. The wealth of knowledge they have, I'm not going to be able to have on day one. That is for sure. Being able to educate myself as fast as I possibly can with the proper information to provide the best information possible is going to be the biggest thing. So that's where I'm at.
And what are your thoughts on how you would work to solve that?
Continue to reach out to experts in the fields, reaching out to the commissioners, reaching out to industry folk, working with industry, working with DCNR, working with other partners, going to the events like IMCC where you have, decades worth of experience for other state program managers that are doing very similar aspects, learning from them what they're doing. So that is what I'd be able to do, is expose myself and listen. That is one thing I've been very fortunate enough throughout my career. I started with a small exploration company and got to work with an unbelievable geologist, Radu, right? Being able to walk around with Radu was, if I could comprehend 10% of what he's telling me that day, I'd be much better off the next day, right? Listening to what has happened, learning from previous experiences, but as well as taking a different approach, right? I am a younger person who does have a different perspective on some things, and I'm seeing more of the younger youth and their perspective, and I can relate to it more, but that doesn't mean one way or the other is right, but it has the ability to see multiple perspectives.
Commissioner Griffin, what would, on your resume, I've read it twice, and what would you consider if you were going to make the top highlights of your career so far with the division? I mean, what projects would you point to as to be the pinnacle of success for you? And then on the same other side of that coin, what would be the worst project that you ever was associated with that you consider? And it doesn't have to be totally in your control or something like that. So don't think I'm trying to hunt for you to, find some crack in your experience. Just what's your best project and what would you consider your worst project?
So I'd like to say the best project is actually not an individual project itself. If it was an individual project, and I'll kind of relate to this a little bit later, but the presentation I'm doing later today on our federal partners, we are getting more money every single year. They want to give us more money. They want to hand us the work. And the reason why they want to do that is because we've proven success in getting work done efficiently and effectively. Our AMO program is now one of the most well-developed physical safety programs in the nation, and uses it as an example for others of how to get the same work done. Individual project, I still love to talk about Virginia City. By the way, we did win the National Association Award for that project that we'll be getting received in Chicago. But that was one of those sites to where it was a National Historic Landmark. And it was, well, you talk to the archaeologist, we're not gonna be able to do anything there, or you're not gonna be able to. We got it through with a no adverse effect through SHPO on that project, on the largest wildlife compatible closure in the US. No adverse effect. So being able to show the resources, to develop the relationships, to prove to other agencies that we are deserving of getting this work, that they want to give us the money to do the additional work, I think is the biggest success for me. Man, the second question, I thought about that before this. I guess the biggest failures I see is I don't know. I'm struggling with that one. I truly am at the moment. I will, if you don't mind, we go to another question. I'm sure something will come in. I'm struggling on that one. Mike may be able to give a hint on that, but I was trying to think positive going into this.
Commissioner Bain, you talked a little bit about the collaboration between agencies and the different groups that the division does. Can you think back over the last 10 years and pick out a failure and kind of explain what went wrong, what the challenges were, and just some of the different things that you figured out about yourself, how you relate to other people, and how you've had to change to try and get those collaborative efforts to work, like those awards you've got in AML.
So I guess internally, I kind of look at it in this way. This is an internal at the division, not so much with the partners collaboration. So it's not a failure, it's still just a work in progress, something that's taken one heck of a lot longer than I anticipated. We thought that we were going to be transitioning to a new data collection format 5 years ago. The lack of drive and communication has led us to kind of limping along a system that isn't the most ideal, and we haven't got to the point to pull the trigger to move forward because allocating the time and energy to properly do the research internally myself, to where when I'm going to staff, instead of saying, well, this is why we have to go to there, they're saying, well, this is why we don't want to move away from it. And so I wasn't doing the background as much as I should have been to get us to move forward. It's easy to stay with as is when that's just the norm, but as is sometimes is great, but in this case we know we need to be forward. And so now we're behind the curveball in some aspects to where we could have been doing more, but since we haven't made that transition, and that transition should have been done years ago to the database to allow for additional abilities. We've gone a long ways, right? Our AML program's gone a long ways, but there's more we could have done. There's more opportunities, more technology that we could have incorporated to help streamline some of these processes to reduce the errors and whatnot in the program. And then as well as another failure is I'm living it right now, the bond pool database. Mike gave that to me, hey, this needs to be updated a couple years ago, and I said, yeah, we'll get on it. It is currently down, scrapped. I am tracking on paper because we need to get caught up on other aspects of it before we launch a new one. So that should have been done 2 years ago. But that is something that I didn't prioritize properly, and I'm now paying for it with additional hours of tracking paper instead of being able to look up in a quick search. So.
Commissioner Hallinan, for the record. So now that you identified that situation, Rob, what's your first step to grab that and go? Do you have a strategy in mind, or is there a plan in place that you have?
So yeah, we have a plan. We met last week, the people working on it, and it's, again, back on me. I need to go through a certain aspect of it and update the entire system. So I need to work on prioritizing my schedule to make that the focus for me. Once that is done, then we'll be able to launch and test, right? And testing is going to be always important before it's full live. But that is an aspect that it comes back to. I've got everything in place from everybody else, and it's coming back to me. So I actually sent an invite to myself for next week to not forget about it, type of thing. This is one of those projects to where the bond pool is a big aspect of the division, but truly it's only a less than a quarter percentage of my time that I'm focusing on. There's a lot of other aspects that we're dealing with. So it's trying to reprioritize to get that back up and running.
Commissioner Felder again. So, in my opinion, leadership and management are skills that are often born into a person and to some extent can be learned. As the administrator, you're going to have more high-level direct reports. Do you have any experience? I know you supervise the AML interns, but do you have any experience with employee supervision, performance appraisals, things like that? And if not, I suppose you've learned on the job what you're going to do, but I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts about suddenly having the whole division reporting to you?
That was a thought that went through my head quite often before the application came in. And so, I mean, the way the division is laid out is to the administrator be the person and then everybody else below in a flat system. But ever since I've been to the division, there has always been the step from the staff, for the most part, there's always unique circumstances, kind of goes from them to the deputy, and if the deputy can't solve it, to try to go to the administrator. My goal over the last 3 years was try as best I could to avoid getting stuff to Mike, right? If it could be resolved before it got to him, that would be the ideal situation. There's plenty of times where I come to him because I don't feel comfortable or I need help with the decision or the decision isn't mine to make, that we'll go to him and make that decision. So in an official capacity, no, under everything, no, I'm not the supervisor of all of them, and I haven't done the evals. There's one thing though that I am doing currently, and Garrett's finishing it up as well, is this Certified Public Managers course. So I started that 4 months, somewhere in there, 4 months ago. And this is literally what this course covers. And so I have ideas of to where if I was fortunate enough to get this position, how to approach every person individually, figure out what drives them, figure out what their needs are. As we know, not everybody is managed the same way. And it is very different by personalities. Some people need congratulations. Some people do not want congratulations. Some people need to be, here's your task, let me know if you need something. Some people need to be walked through the process. So it would be really with this and this agency, I'd be able to sit down with everybody individually, work through the process, and have a lot more frequent updates than where we are, because Mike has been working with these people for 3 years. He knows where they are, but he's having those conversations I'm not having. So I'd need to have those conversations too and work my way into it. And that high level of being able to take what they're giving you at a high level and be able to give positive feedback or ability to walk them in the right direction would be something I'd be focusing on early in this. Hope that answered your question.
Commissioner Griffin again. Just a question on my benefit is, how many people are in the division, not counting interns?
Currently 11 FTE, soon to be hopefully 12 in October. So relatively small. I like to use Mike's phrase, small but mighty. I'd like you to find another agency of 11 people to get as much done as we do. Which is also a direct reflection of you guys in the way you help guide and get us going in the right direction.
Commissioner Hallinan, for the record, so if you are granted this role, what's the one thing you would change?
So I laugh at this slightly. So when Rich was here for a long time, we had staff meetings. We had staff meeting overkill. To where when Mike came in, to all of our we reduced them drastically. But that would be the one thing I'd do is I would go back to an increased amount of staff meetings to make sure everybody's on the same page, to make sure everybody has the same goals and objectives. There has been, for the division, a decent amount of turnover recently. We have Peter, who started in May, who's basically lived in the field since he started with us. I mean, I don't think he understands what even happens in the office at the moment. And Dustin in the new fluids mineral position. Carol has been with us for less than a year, correct? December. So kind of getting everybody back on the same page, as well as recruit, if I'm fortunate to get this position, it's I'm going to be recruiting for a deputy administrator, and so that means going to be bringing somebody new in, or if we hire from internally, then bringing somebody new in to fill their position. So having those, get everybody on the same page, make sure there's clear communication early on, as well as for them, what my goals and objectives are going to be, and the change that I'm going to be presenting to that. I'm not going to be somebody that's going to go in and flip the thing. What's been laid out in front of me has been fantastic. It is great to work off of. It is a fantastic foundation. But just bringing those back in, I know maybe some people may not like to hear additional staff meetings, but that would be actually the thing I'd do just to make sure we're on the same page.
Commissioner Bain, can you tell us what the mission of the Division of Minerals is?
To promote and enhance the responsible...
Are you reading that?
Nope. To the responsible exploration for and production of oil, gas, geothermal minerals that are economically beneficial to the state. I know I'm missing part of this, as well as the physical safety or the safeguarding of physical safety abandoned mine land programs. I know there was a slight change in it recently, and the reason why I'm looking at it, I'm picturing it on the seats screen on my computer screen that we have to do for every work program. That's put in every one of them. So yeah, it is to promote and enhance mineral production for oil, gas, geothermal mineral productions, including dissolved minerals, and then to safeguarding of the abandoned mine lands program or physical safety throughout the state, as well as education and outreach, right? So that is the mission. The mission was outlined by Rich Perry when he came on. He's looking at NRS 513, looking at the actual language in there and developing off of that. Mike has made some changes to help clarify some aspects of that as well. And so looking at the mission statement is something that would happen, but it's not saying that I'd be looking to change it right away, right? I think we have a great mission statement. I think it's well known by industry, as well as public and NGOs what our mission is, and I think it's pretty clear and we're doing an effective job of it. And the mission meets the statute.
Do we need to do more to promote the production of minerals?
Education is always key, right? Promoting, it's difficult, right? Because promoting, who are you promoting it to? If we're going to conferences where we're preaching to the choir, we're not going to get the effective message out. But also being able to go to those conferences and be able to answer the questions to the people that don't quite know what we're doing is also very effective at the same time. What Carol and others do at the division for our education outreach is in educating the youth and promoting of these critical minerals come from these places. You to have your phone, you need to have these minerals. So yes, there's always additional room for education and promotion, but it's got to be in the right venues to where, in through the guidance of the commission, I think we do that with the places we do go. And then the goals and what Rich and Mike have outlined for the Vegas field specialist position and the education out there hitting the largest populace there. But yeah, I mean, there's always more that needs to be done. We actually are seeing it as a nation more understanding of where minerals come from than before, which I think is a benefit, but also the out of sight, out of mind is a very big problem that we see everywhere.
Commissioner Henderson, I feel like I need to ask you a question. Let me see which one I want to ask you. You've already gave your opinion on oil and gas.
I could add to that, Art.
No.
I looked over at you as I said
No,
that.
it's okay. At the moment, you're correct. You've been here, I think, through 3 different presidents, and you've seen what's happened. The first president completely was like this last one and forbids exploration basically in public lands. And then the middle president was all for it, and we had a lot of activity. So my only question for you, I have a lot of questions here, maybe 100, but I'm not going to ask them. But do you agree with the regulations in place for oil and gas in the state of Nevada, and are you comfortable to defend them as part of your duties as administrator, especially if a new president or a new administration comes and we see renewed interest in oil and gas in the state of Nevada?
So to answer the first part of that question, yes, I do feel confident in the regulations that we do have in place, right? I feel that the regulations we do have in place are very strong regulations to just for the division's regulations for the production and exploration for oil and gas. We have the hydraulic fracturing regulations that are very strong, but they're not restricting it to where, say, New York, where you just can't do it type of thing, right? We have good regulations in there. One of the biggest aspects that's going to be drastically affecting Nevada's exploration and production with this current administration is the tenfold of fees for leasing oil and gas on federal lands. That's going to drastically affect the amount of leases in the state. And that's going to decrease activity. Let's say there's something that changes in DC in 2 years, and it goes the other direction. I think the regulations we have right now for oil and gas are strong. We're referencing those for what, in my opinion, is going to be the higher priority of looking at long-term administrative code for geothermal. With the newer technologies coming in geothermal using oil and gas technology and knowledge, I think that is going to be a larger focus at first. Looking at what people are trying to do with oil across the U.S. and having that ability to go to IOGCC and stuff like that helps bring up the ability to where if there is changes going forward, we could review our regs and make sure that we would be able to adapt to that if needed.
Yeah, my last comment on that is that the United States is still the #1 producer of oil in the world. And a lot of things that are come from oil are necessary for a long period of time. And I believe that in the Great Basin we have reserves that are able to be produced if the price is correct, is higher. It's too low now, of course, requires hydraulic fracturing. So I just don't want us to lose sight that oil and gas could in the future once again come back to life like it did, 5-6 years ago. So thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Chairman Nordquist, speaking of the regulations, can you describe for us your current level of knowledge and comfort or confidence in the regulations that NDOM currently oversees?
Okay, so current regulations that NDOM oversees, the main aspects that I could basically almost read to you out of the back, without looking at it. by reference, is the abandoned mines 513, right, and the commission. But over the last few years, the change of role to the deputy administrator, the review of the oil gas regulations, the bond pool 519A, and geothermal, as well as now the new dissolved minerals. Those are regulations that I have been currently tracking and following. I do have strong understanding of them. I will admit I'm not as strong as Mike, but I do have the knowledge on it. I was fortunate enough to go to the Top Core training last year, which got me a lot more introduced and comfortable in understanding the language in those. And that is something that I have been working on over the last few years. So am I an expert in those ones, those specific oil, gas, geothermal? No. Am I comfortable enough to where I could talk to a legislator about them? Yes, I am. And I consider myself an expert as somebody as in the Mike or Rich level who did it for years. It's going to be studying and asking questions to you guys, asking questions to potential previous administrators, making sure that those are meeting the goals and regulations. And that is knowing this going into it. The oil and gas and fluid mineral aspect of the division is we have a new fluids and minerals manager and a potential new administrator. That is something that would be definitely a very high focus early on in the program, or for the job detail that I'd be looking at.
Commissioner Griffin, this is and Carol can probably answer this too whenever she makes her presentation. But when I was looking over the presentation here earlier, they have types of presentations. Okay, this is a question. I was in sales for most of my career. I was in operations for a while, but I guess they decided I wasn't good enough. But anyway, the question I have is, when we were in sales, you really didn't turn in how many sales calls you made. Okay, the proof was in the pudding. As far as that old cliche is, what at the end of the year did you do that improved the sale of the products? Now I realize we're not selling the product here, but I know you're just listing the number of presentations that you make in any particular area or for total for the year is a raw number, and that's fine. How would you measure an intangible, like whether you're really making any difference? Is there some measurement that we can do? I don't know what it would be off the top of my head either. So, but there has to be something other than just having numbers, raw numbers. Like, what difference did we make? And I think Carol added a few things, little notes in there from children and things like that made a comment to her. But so, do you have any ideas in that area? How would you measure whether you're doing any good or not out in the field?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and that's something we've thought about for a long time. For the Abandoned Mines program, we're going out and doing all this work in education outreach. Well, do you measure it with the amount of incidents and fatalities? Well, those are really hard to tell direct relationship that classroom you went to, that kid was going to go out and do something, but now they're not, right? It's hard to correlate. But I think with a success in being able to show that we are making a difference is not so much the number of presentations a way to track it, but more of, are we invited back? Did we do a good enough job that they said this was fantastic? We want you guys to come back every year. Instead of going to one classroom, she tells the other teacher, and now Carol's doing, instead of one class at a school, she's doing 5 classes at a school. They're seeing the benefit and the impact to the students, to their classes, to continuously invite us back, I think is the key for our education. Because if we're going out and we're going to different schools every year and we're going back to the same group, I feel like that's kind of a loss, right? You're getting that one in and out. But this being able to reference of, we've been going to Brown Elementary for so long and doing so many classes there, or I don't know the Las Vegas schools off the top of my head. So those other schools, right? There's more and more. There's more demand for it. I think that's one way to measure that it is an impact, because we are wanted to be back there. It's not just the normal presentation of a guest lecturer.
Commissioner Hallinan again. Along those lines, I was thinking of the legislators. So the current strategy and the outreach that we have for the political side, knowing where things are headed, there's more national monuments being established, say in Nevada. Is there a strategy on, or the Division of Minerals, the approach of getting out ahead of this in the political framework to help make that difference so that we can see the results?
So I think that goes back to what we've been trying to do in creating the ability for us to be the resource for questions, right? So when they, as in they, a legislator, both state or federal, has a question on, we need something to do with the minerals industry, who do we talk to? They instantly think, oh, the Division of Minerals, that's who we need to talk to. They would probably have the answer for us, right? But it's not just making ourselves known now, right? We did great presentations, and Mike led them at the legislature of, look, this is who we are. This is what we do. And if you have questions on anything mining, come out and talk to us. And it worked. There was a bill in geothermal that was brought to Mike, and they had the ability to have the conversations and work through that process. But that was that session. We're now in an interim where we're going to be dealing with different aspects and potentially other studies, as well as the next session, and continuously reaching out, right? I had a great relationship with Congresswoman Lee Staffer, but he may move on. And so then you got to redevelop that relationship and recommunicate with them and make sure that they know that we want to be known as a resource for these type of questions. So when there is another national monument that has been proposed, and it's like, hold on a second right here, there's a huge mineral resource or potential for potentially anything, including critical minerals, you know. The Vicuame kind of eliminated the highest potential for rare earths in Nevada for us. It was an unfortunate thing, but you know, and we had those conversations. Mike had those conversations down there multiple times. So it doesn't mean that they didn't listen to us. They may have just had different political polls in one way or the other, right? We don't have control over that. But being able to educate them on what is there and the importance of it is going to be key moving forward, and as well as making sure our name is out there.
Chairman Norquist, again, I'm going to expand a bit on Randy's question before. I think a few years down the road, as you as the administrator, how would you measure success of your role in the department?
Continued development and growth in the abandoned mines program, growth in geothermal, pending oil prices, potentially growth in oil, right? But as well as growth in ability to be known as the point of contact. So following on Stephanie's question right there, being able to say and know like, oh, hey, you have a question on anything mineral related, talk to the Division of Minerals. Having us be that name to where we are the resource, I think is the key, is what would be success for the division long term. To really continue to move forward in the progress we are moving forward and not take any steps back. Like we're not a private industry, right? So you can't say sales versus, you know, production versus megawatts sold, or plants online, or, you know, mills built. But we can say, you know, education or reaching out and talking to legislatures. We can say that, you know, when there is a concern or resource or an environmental question, we are the ones that are being contacted to help respond to those. We can show increase in geothermal, oil, gas, geothermal, abandoned mines, education outreach. So there is that ability to do that. To the extent for education outreach, I'm going to say this so I don't feel like I'm putting Carol on the spot. There is only so much one person can do physically, but being able to have that, like I was mentioning before, you know, if she's got that every year, here's all the schools that want her back and the waiting list. I mean, I think that's a fantastic thing to be able to show success.
Commissioner Felder, I think the open data site that Lucia and collaborating with the Bureau is really, really good. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if it's getting a lot of use in industry, and I'm wondering if you could address that and things you might think to do to make it more, I mean, I think it's accessible. I just don't know how much is getting used, and is there any thoughts on how you could get that more widely used and accepted in industry?
I've had some thoughts on this. So just yesterday, I believe, we're dealing with the BLM here at the Sierra Front office, and the FRCC boundary came up. And they're like, well, we can't share that data outside of the BLM. Well, here's a link to our open data site that has all the data. And they were caught off guard that that was there. They didn't understand that that was there. So we do, and Lucia does, go out and do multiple presentations a year showcasing this. But I think there's other avenues that we could go to, different venues potentially that we could do, as well as do some better advertisement of it. Maybe just like when you have your signature, the email, link to the open data site, Division Minerals open data, simple things like that. I think, she's done GSN, she's done Landmans, she's done others, but again, people rotate and change, right? Somebody new comes in, we have to continue to do those and continue to keep going back to them. It may be repeats for some, but it may be brand new for the others that it's, life-changing for them to be able to realize, hey, I could do all this here at my computer instead of traveling to every county recorder's office, to do the preliminary research. I always joke with Lucia, she took some basic landman jobs away from people.
Commissioner Corpy, you talked about coming to the commission as experts in the field, but there's a lot on the plate. Do you see a little different role or something that the relationship between the division staff as yourself and the commissioners, that we could do things differently or that ultimately lead to the continued success?
I mean, I'm a big proponent of just because that's the way it's been done doesn't mean it needs to be the way to go forward, right? I do see a potential for leaning on the commission a little bit more. I am, at my role, I'm not quite in those conversations. I don't truly see what Mike is having the conversations with all of you or not. So it's hard for me to say increasing that or decreasing it, but I do see an increase in my perspective of being able to rely. And that is the point of the commission, right? To be able to advise. So it is, I do see that as a potential increase. How exactly? I think it's going to be a case-by-case scenario, right? It may depend on the topic. It may depend on the people that are being approached. But there is an opportunity there to help increase potentially, as well as get commissioners to also be the ones to help advertise the open data site, right? To be able to get the commissioners to potentially even attend some of these conferences as a chair or commissioner. I think there is opportunities out there, and that's something we'd have to explore together.
Commissioner Griffin here. This is a little bit of a loaded question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because he listed it. John Spring listed you as a reference. So tell us your relationship with Mr. Spring and where do you think his strong points are and his weak points?
Okay, so I encourage John to apply. There's a reason behind that, because at that point when Mike announced his retirement was the week after the application was due for the other position I was looking at. I thought John, with the relationships that we developed, I met him through the education workshop. He is a very good geologist, very programmatic, very diplomatic, and it has the ability to reach out. He has additional experience than I do in industry. And so when I reached out to him, I kind of let him know this is what the position is, and he may be interested in it, and he may be good at it. So that's where that came from. Of course, some things have changed a little bit since there. But I will say this right now, if you select him over me, I would be happy to work for John. He's a good person. He's very honest. He knows the industry. The one difference between us is he doesn't have the state experience that I do, right? He doesn't see the agency the way it is, the way that we deal with it, or I do on a daily basis. But that's where it came from. So, I encourage him to apply.
Was it because you were considering that other position?
At that time, yes.
Okay.
Which, again, competition isn't a bad thing, right?
Commissioners, just checking it. We're approaching about an hour's of time so far. And of course, more questions are welcome, but keeping tabs on the time here. More questions? Okay, Rob, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Much appreciated the answers to the questions, and we'll see you back here soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Garrett, could I ask you to invite John back in here? Mind if I, John, we're holding just for a couple minutes here. We got trying to think of the politically correct term, but a break quickly for some of the commissioners to come back. So, just a moment. Make yourself comfortable. All right, John, welcome. Thanks for waiting. We'll be asking you a number of questions across the commissioners, I think, at any given time. So appreciate the patience in listening to all of us. Maybe to kick things off, what are you aware of the agency's mission, and what do you see as the role of NDOM in the state of Nevada? Oh yeah, hit the button to talk. Yes.
That stuff's all kind of new to
Perfect.
me.
Thank you.
As far as my understanding of the point of the Division of Minerals, that comes down to one, first and foremost, carrying out the policies set out by yourselves, the commission. In addition to that, also educating both the public as far as in terms of the mineral resources for the state of Nevada. In addition to that, the permitting, monitoring, regulation, and enforcement of those policies with respect to drilling for natural gas, oil, geothermal, etc., dissolved minerals. And finally, the abandoned mine lands, carrying out the final reclamation of any historical mining across the state of Nevada. So.
Commissioner Griffin here. One question I just see kind of unique on your resume. You listed a college in New Zealand, and for about a year there. What'd you do there?
So one of my bachelor's degrees is in Broadfield Natural Science, which is educational. I thought I was going to be a science teacher for my entire life. And so when I first left university, I started working. I worked for a year internationally down at John Glashan. It's college, but it's a secondary school in the school system down there. And then I followed up with that a year back stateside in my home state where I'm from, which is Wisconsin. So, but you're right, probably a little bit of an odd jump out on you at the resume.
So you taught natural science down there, it looks like. Is that right? Or geology?
So it was a mix. So I got started, first that was my international, I selected to do some of my student teaching internationally, and then got linked up with the school down there. And so it was pretty much whatever they wanted to throw at me. So I had some chemistry classes, I had some more science classes, I had, I think, a biology too. Well,
And these were probably like freshmen or sophomore people?
yeah, so I'm trying to remember. I think it's, how do they call it? Years 6 through 13, so they're staggered a little bit with their, whereas in the States here, right, the 12th grade, I think they go to year 13. But anyway, it was like middle and high school science. So.
It's a high school,
Yeah.
just like here.
The college fooled me, I'm a simple guy from Texas, so.
Well, John McGlashan was beside my in-laws' house, so
Oh, up
it's a
in
pretty
Maury
nice
Hill?
place. Yeah.
It is. It's beautiful.
Pretty nice.
Beautiful neck of the woods. So, yeah, John Glashan was a decile 10 school. So one of the interesting things for me when I was down there, here, the schools predominantly are public institutions with some isolated pockets of private schooling, whereas actually, from my understanding anyway, in New Zealand, it's predominantly private with some public schooling. So, but.
Hi, John. Commissioner Hallinan, for the record. So what particular knowledge, skills, or abilities do you hold that'll help your success with this position that you've applied for?
Well, obviously, I believe you all have seen copies of my resume, but I've spent the last 15 years working within the precious metals hard rock industry. That experience has been spread between northern Nevada here and Alaska. And so that obviously brings a wealth of technical experience on that aspect. However, though, I do feel that I'm kind of uniquely positioned, being that I do have exposure to classical professional education training as well, and I'm quite passionate about teaching. So not to mention, one of the reasons why I've been involved with mining for the last 15 years is because I've really grown to be quite passionate about the industry, and being a bit of a history nut, it just kind of hooked me all in one swoop. So.
Chairman Norquist, so you're considering this move from private to public position, and what's in your interest level? What's at the heart of this particular move? What interests you to come into the public sector, to work in this in the Nevada agency?
Exactly. So I guess one of the drivers for me is I've always really been driven to leave some kind of a lasting impact, either on my geologists or fellow coworkers, in the work that we do. And again, being such a personal, strong advocate for mining, I feel that coming to the public side, working with the division like this, will give me a little bit of a larger audience and an ability to really be able to do some positive, good, lasting effects in the community. To me, honestly, it's like I feel like the division right now is in a really unique time because obviously the global eye is really focused on the transition to renewable energies, and for once, mining actually has a voice. People are more cognizant of it, right? And I feel that effective communication and it gives us a rare opportunity that we can, really try to like change the public narrative on mining.
Hi, John. Commissioner Felder over here. So it looks like you've worked for several companies, exploration through mine site and more recently, resource modeling. In any of those jobs, did you have interactions with the regulatory bodies and involvement with the state and federal governments? And I'm just wondering how much knowledge and experience have you had on the regulatory side?
Sure. Well, I have worked on projects basically through all stages of the mine cycle. I would say the bulk majority of my interactions have been with MSHA, since they are the safety governing body, right, that works directly with the mining industry. So predominantly most of my interactions have been there. However, in one of my last assignments with Nevada Gold Mines, I was the lead geoscientist for the Cortez district, and as we started to bring and move our Robertson project from a pre-feas to feasibility stage, gained some experience with with respect to like the permitting aspects of it and all the stage gates that we have to move the project through.
Commissioner Corpy, and Bob stole my question again. Question for you. The staff within the division is 11, hopefully 12 here with the addition of a new position. You've got some experience with leadership of teams, it looks like, geologists and whatnot. This is going to be more of a diversified group with different expertises. So based on your previous experience as a supervisor, as a department head, how do you see yourself in that role as the administrator of the division?
Sure. Well, one thing I learned early on with teaching, I guess, everyone within your group, whether it's your classroom or your technical staff that you're working with on the mine site, whether it be like your engineers, geos, operational leadership, that kind of stuff, everybody brings their own unique set of experiences and skill sets, right? So one thing is that I've learned to be successful when I interact and work in environments like that is recognizing everybody does have a voice and an opinion and has a right to be heard. So I spend a lot of time listening to everyone's viewpoint and where they're coming from on whatever the topic is that we're discussing, and then internal, so sharing my opinion and experience of it as well. And then I couple that with kind of a motivational kind of approach where, there's two different ways. I break it down to two different ways. You can either be authoritarian in nature where you're trying to mandate and force controlling how things are going to go, or you can do it through inspiration and motivation. And I've noticed that with teams, You know, if you align around a common goal, whatever that objective is, finding more ounces, or whatever the case may be, that it gives something that the entire team feels that they're participating in, and it's just a lot more effective. So, sure. But a good follow-up question since Bob decided to steal your question.
Chairman Nordquist, so coming into this role, what do you see as your biggest challenges to adapt to it and be successful?
Biggest challenges. Well, for one, I'm going to have to go back to my middle school and dust off probably my parliamentary procedure. So, outside of that, I guess, you know, there's without a doubt your previous question mentioning like that transition to the public sector. I think, you know, one always has to be cognizant of the environment and the audience, and it's important to. I shouldn't say that that's like a challenge for me, but it's definitely going to be front and foremost, right? Because the relationships that are built with various agencies, individuals, those relationships are critical to get the job done, right? So.
Commissioner Griffin here. What made you, out of all the occupations you could possibly choose geology when you were in college? I mean, did your family have some kind of mind, or did your uncle work somewhere, or you just pick it because you like rocks, or what?
Did Rob set you up with this question? Because this is actually a pretty funny story, but believe it or not, I just was, you know, I grew up in a small farming town, logging town in northern Wisconsin, and my father never got to go to any kind of tertiary schooling, so he was adamant that all the kids, we all got an opportunity to do so. I was a science and math nerd in high school. I carried on to my secondary schooling, and again, I just took everything I possibly could in those aspects. I think I graduated with like 20 some odd credits. It was pretty substantial. Anyway, moral of the story was I thought that's what I was gonna always do. And I literally went to the registrar's office, fill out my paperwork for graduation, and they were looking through and they're like, I have a lot of geology credits. Yeah, well, it's one of those classes and coursework, you know, that after starting to take them, I fell in love with it, you know, the amount of outdoor work that goes along with it and everything. And they said, in fact, you've taken every course in the catalog. Do you want a degree? And I'm like, well, what do I got to do? And they slid a form across, they're like, fill this out, and $25. So I was a declared geology major for about 2 weeks. But that being said, I guess one of the reasons why I really am passionate about geology is it's very multifaceted. Uses chemistry, uses physics, uses biology. So it kind of combined everything that I individually loved anyway. So, plus, get out of being in the field's the best part. You're lucky I didn't show up in my mind reflective wear, because that's generally how I go around. So.
Well, don't feel bad. I did pretty much the same thing at the University of Texas. I just went in and showed them, what can I graduate with here? That's what they did to me too, so.
Hello, I'm Commissioner Henderson, Oil and Gas Commissioner. So I have a couple of questions. If the other commissioners let me ask a couple in a row, I'll be finished here. I want to know your opinion on hydraulic fracking. There's a lot of positive and negative depending which way your persuasion is, and I'd like to hear your view on hydraulic fracking.
Sure. So obviously, when it comes to natural gas and oil, fracking is a technology that, has been developed here, I don't know, last probably 20 years, 10 years. Anyway, it's definitely brought about, like you've correctly indicated, a very bipolar opinion of it. Personally, I feel that, for the productivity of the wells, the benefits are very clear. I do feel that, like any tool in the toolbox, its application probably needs to be closely evaluated on a case-by-case basis. In other words, depending on the host and what the situation is and the regional structures and things that are going on, the need may be definitely required, if you will, for those projects to move forward. In short, I'm largely in support of it. I do feel that due to the heightened level of concern, though, that the public does have on it, it's very important that there's very forward communication and understanding that's rolled out there so that people are in the know and have the correct facts up front.
Okay, my follow-up question is, let me find it here, exactly what I want to say. In the oil, gas, and geothermal exploration and production, what is the best way to protect the waters of the state of Nevada? Because 10 or 12 years ago, the legislature gave us a mission to protect the waters of the state of Nevada, and we implemented some regulations, but I would like to understand what you would think are the best ways to protect the waters of the state of Nevada in regard to oil, gas, and geothermal.
Sure. So, sort of like to my previous answer, I guess, it really does come down to a case-by-case basis. When it comes to the watershed itself as a whole and the meteoric waters, and making sure that there's a good understanding and sensitive areas, that approach, fracking or others, may not be, those areas may be too sensitive to carry out such activities. So therefore, when it comes to that, I mean, it comes down to the particular project and case where it's at. And I think, that's critical, both with the mining, but also with the drilling like that. It is our license to operate, if you will, because we are the stewards of the environment. And so therefore, we do a disservice to ourselves if we don't do an appropriate job when it comes to managing those types of activities and deciding where it's going to happen and where it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bain, just looking back over the last 10 years of your job experience, can you tell us about failures or failure that you had and how you overcame it and what you learned about how to conduct yourself from that challenge?
Sure. Moment. Dig back through 10 years. I think one in particular, you get into like when it comes to like resource estimation and the overall like conversion of ounces into your whether it's from like indicated to measured or whatever the case may be. It's very important for maybe some of the non-technical management to understand the true amount of time that's required when it comes to converting those ounces to making sure that the resource is ready to put into production. In particular, at the time I was working for a company up in Alaska, Sumitomo LLC, which operated the Pogo project. And, as like mine life was not winding down, but getting shorter. There was sort of an unrealistic expectation that in the funding for the drilling, they thought it could be a little bit more piecemeal and they would get the results real rapidly. And so, you know, I at the time was just a senior geologist, and I allowed the chief to do most of had the direct interaction with the management. And so, with respect to that, I guess, you know, I felt like it was important to like follow chain of command and just assume that communication was taking place. And it did lead to some hiccups in the project. And I've found in how I've kind of adjusted going forward from that is, and it comes down to the relationship again when we're talking about whatever the project is. And that's to make sure that you have those relationships so you can just everyone should feel like no matter what their level in the project, that they can have a communication about it to make sure that just everybody's in the loop, right? So that we can manage expectations, because again, everybody's going to have slightly different ways that they're looking at the project. So.
Chairman Nordquist, can you describe for me your current knowledge of the regulations that the department oversees?
Ooh. Specifics wise, I guess
For familiarity, you're in mining. Let's say, for example, you know, let's maybe focus there first.
Sure. Okay.
What's your awareness level of the regulations that NDOM oversees in regards to mining?
With respect to mining, I believe the extent comes down to just dissolved minerals, and so therefore not necessarily in the hard rock aspects.
Okay. And then maybe a follow-up is and just a description of where you think you're at, is sense of your knowledge of the other areas that we oversee, oil and gas and geothermal.
Yeah, so with respect to all the drilling activities for oil, gas, and geothermal, that's my understanding the division's largest impact, because they're responsible for granting and approval of the permits, as well as the routine inspection and follow-up with all of those activities to make sure that the policies are in effect.
Commissioner Felder again, John. So imagine yourself as the newly appointed administrator of the Division of Minerals. What would you hope to accomplish in the first year, and then, say, longer term in the first 5 years?
I think reflecting back to my comment before on how it's kind of a pivotal time with the interest and all eyes kind of being on Nevada, there needs to be a bit of effort placed as far as, you know, Nevada's going to naturally fall into the leading curve of lithium exploration for the U.S., right? And so it's kind of it's definitely very important that we have our ducks in a row, so to speak, because our policies that we put into place for that exploration largely will be copied or duplicated, replicated across the United States. Nevada's, for a very long time, has been the mining hub for the United States, followed probably by Alaska. But you know, Nevada's definitely unique in the aspects of the lithium deposits coupled with the geothermal as well. So that's more in the, you know, that 5 year, I guess that's kind of a short term and longer term objective. But, you know, in that first year, I think it's going to be pretty critical to start wrapping around what our strategy and message is going to be on that front.
So just as a follow-up question, I mean, clearly your experience is heavily in the mining side. So in the first year, what would your strategy be to get, I mean, there'd be a bit of a learning curve on the oil and gas, geothermal, regulatory. et cetera. So what would be your strategy for getting up to speed? I mean, obviously, that would be an important thing in your early time in that role.
Absolutely. And that would definitely fall within that first 6 to 12 month period. I have worked with ORMAT with respect to the Cortez camp for looking, sharing data sets and helping their work along there. However, though, for the oil and gas, that's definitely going to be, I have no experience in that capacity. So there's some technical overlap with respect to the drilling aspects. However, largely that would be an area that I have to draw out my experience.
Hello again, Commissioner Hallinan. So the division is required to work closely with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources and interface with the governor's office and the legislature. So just curious, what skills or experience do you have in that area, in the political realm? Or other entities such as that? You mentioned, say, the MSHA side of things. Are there other areas maybe within mining and that aspect that you've had relationships about? Yes.
I would say outside of MSHA, it would be limited to interactions just with the BLM on some of our projects that fall on the public lands, but outside of that, that would be the extent.
Commissioner Griffin, what made you give up teaching? You know, you had about 3 years of it, it looks like. I mean, was it the money or more money, or wanted to relocate to Nevada, or?
Well, I always had a little bit of a travel adventure bug in me, but it started off with, I guess, I had 2 bachelors. I kind of felt, well, what's the point of having one that, you know, I have no experience, practical experience in, right? And so after teaching for a few years, I had an opportunity to join Newmont Mining, to come out west and start working as a geologist. And so it really revolved around, you know, you kind of hear those stories of somebody that went to university and they got a degree and pick whatever it is, and then they never use it. And, you know, they go a different pathway in life. And so I thought it would be a good move to gain some practical experience in it. And then, again, I've found that as far as the balance of science and, you know, working with teams, and then that coupled with how it can take me around the globe doing work, just fascinated me and scratched that itch, I guess. So.
You know, one other question, kind of unrelated in a way. Yeah, I took a couple of years in College of Geology. I would never claim to be a geologist, though. What's an economic geologist versus just what I'd call the run-of-the-mill geologist? Is there some delineation or different kinds of geologists, or what?
No, well, I guess classically yes, but when it came, basically an economic geologist, the focus is just around whatever the commodity may be. Once it's assembled into a quantity that's economically viable, that it can be extracted, right? So it just comes down to concentrations of the mineral and that assessment of what ore bodies are economic to mine. University where I actually attended, they had 2 geology degrees. One was hydrology or hydrogeology, and then professional geology. So that was their delineations. But
Commissioner Felder again. This question may or may not be pertinent, but maybe most so to the last 3 years with Nevada Gold Mines. The big companies, maybe Hecla as well, the big companies often put people through various kinds of soft skill training management training, leadership, how to handle conflict, all that kind of stuff. Have you had any of that in your experience?
No, I have not. It's probably, if you look at my progression, it's been a fairly rapid progression. And part of that, I think, in my opinion, is due to my teaching experience and just that natural ability to interact effectively. You are correct in that the larger companies do provide that kind of training, and I have some of my fellow geologists that my future leaders of tomorrow that we do roll through those programs because leadership is not an easy skill for some to pick up. So far, it appears that I've been effective, though, in leading teams and guiding them to the objectives that we're trying to deliver on.
And not to say on-the-job training is not effective, it is. Can you give us an example of a situation that you encountered where you got in the middle of, a conflict or disagreement, and sort of how you managed through it to make both sides happy? I mean, just give us an example of a difficult situation that you were in charge of resolving and how you resolved that.
Yeah. I think for that one, I'll draw on. So I was working for Klondex here in northern Nevada, their Fire Creek project. Worked for them approximately 2 years, give or take. Then Hecla decided to acquire that project. So my role within the company essentially stayed the same, just change in ownership. And when there's a change in management, there's a change of philosophy and culture, I guess I would say. And sometimes it just comes from a lack of, again, full understanding perhaps of the project. So when Hecla first came into the fold and was starting to really understand those assets, there was a little bit of I don't know if I'd say conflict necessarily, but definitely a little bit of strife, perhaps frustration, as they had a little bit of buyer's remorse. They came in and, they had full access to our complete data catalog, all metallurgical records, everything for the ore bodies, and they slipped up and didn't do full due diligence. One of the shortcomings for Klondex was, we were starting to, our oxide ore body was starting, it wasn't gone, but it was starting to deplete. And we found that some of the additional resources, at least at Fire Creek in particular, was a transitional ore body to a moderate refractory. And Hecla did not possess any processing facilities for that ore type, so they had no way to monetize their asset. And learning to interact with that management team and move that project forward even past that point for a number of years was definitely a struggle at first. But again, once they saw that that the site team was technically very competent, and that really a lot of it just stemmed from there was a little bit of a barrier of communication. All communication went from Klondex's executive team strictly to Hecla's, and their technical people were kept out of it. Once they realized we weren't the problem, and we learned to work together past that point. To me, yeah, that probably is a pretty textbook answer to what you were asking.
All right, Chairman Nordquist again. So as you as the administrator for the department, and ask you for, it's not just this answer is not just for the department, but just also for you. You think a few years down the road in this role, how do you measure your success in this role? What do you see as your own KPIs in your role as the administrator for this department?
Well, one, I guess, for sure, is that since it is a public entity, I think one always has to, hopefully the division is here and thriving. I think in a time of fiscal crisis, I think a lot of governments start to look for little parts that they can maybe make redundant or remove. So partially, I think one KPI will be that the division is still here, it's thriving. Hopefully the need and requirement, the roles that the team, the projects that we oversee, if that number goes up, essentially expanding our influence or value to the state of Nevada, that would be a measure of success for sure. On a personal or management note, I always view it as well, when it comes to the team, albeit a smaller team here with the division, soon to be 12 maybe, the tenure amongst your team, and basically what is that attrition rate, or basically their skill set as you step in as the leader for the team to where they developed in their point, along their career path as well.
I'm looking around, commissioners, any other questions you'd like to ask John at this point? No? Okay. John, thank you very much for allowing us the time to get to know you. We very much appreciate it, and it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners.
Hey, John, can I ask you an off-the-record question? I see Grizzly Slayer on your resume. Is that a talent you needed at Nevada Gold Mines?
All right, we'll pause just for a couple minutes to get Art and Mary back, and then we can proceed with discussion. All right, we're back. We've got all commissioners present. So now we'll open up the next agenda item, which is the discussion of the candidates that we interviewed and the discussion for potential action. Of the potential action specifically of the agreement on who we may appoint as the administrator. So it is an open discussion.
So, Commissioner Felder, I have a procedural question. I'm not casting any judgment in this statement, but we have two applicants. Are we required to appoint one of them? Or could we extend the search?
I can be corrected, but we are not required to appoint one of them at this point. Of course, the process could be extended. However, there's a bit of, I don't know what the word is, but at some point, of course, Mike has a deadline in which his process is ending. And there is I think I'll say it as a risk, is that what to do if there's an interim period between Mike's retirement and the actual appointment of a administrator.
Question, but it's not for another. Give us your opinion.
Okay.
We can't card you, so.
Right, right. So I think, they're very different in the skill sets that they bring forward. But I think it's pretty apparent that Rob is a little more rounded with the duties of the administrator, the skill set that's needed, fewer learning curves for him than there would be for John. And it would probably also be the least disruptive to the continuity for the agency, interactions with other agencies, as well as the commission. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that we didn't have more applicants to choose from, but I think we do have good candidates in front of us. If you decide that you're not quite ready to make a decision, it would probably be appropriate to appoint Rob as the interim if you're going to put the announcement out again. And that has happened in the past while the commission was trying to decide on a new administrator. The customary is to appoint the deputy as the interim because it is the least disruptive, right? But I think, you heard a lot from Rob as to the understandings. He certainly has a better understanding of what not just the mission is, but also the regulations. He's still got some learning to do, but I think he came across as very polished. Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Hallinan, so noticing the gaps with the applicants, and you mentioned learning curves or time. In your opinion, with, can I say the applicants' names, with John's applicant, I recognize a bit of a gap. Do you think that would really set things back for the division with that level of gap on that?
To a degree, but Rob would be then continuing as the deputy. And so a lot of the continuity would be addressed by the deputy administrator while the administrator starts to learn what the agency does, right? It's going to have to rely on that deputy quite a bit. And we had the same process when Rich came on. As Rich learned what it is that we did, he had a larger grasp on the agency and its relationship with the legislature. He was also a former commissioner, so he understands the role of the commission and the agency a little bit better, so the learning curve was not nearly as steep. It would take some time to for that to occur. I don't see things going backwards. Having said that, there's going to be a real challenge in filling that deputy role if you appoint Rob. We've talked about how to handle that should that occur. But that's going to be something that Rob will have to decide what he thinks is most appropriate. Having been at the agency as long as I have, the deputy role is a very key role. And I liken it to kind of an internal manager versus an external looking manager, where the day-to-day really does rely on the internal manager and that deputy to make sure things keep rolling. And the administrator position is more the face of the agency and has to address it as the face of the agency, but is not necessarily as involved in every day-to-day action. So that will be a challenge, and in the meantime, it means that he's going to be pulling double duty to a degree, and that is a challenge. And that occurred when Rich was appointed for me, where I was doing that, and then when I was appointed, trying to backfill that position, picking Rob, but then training Rob. And that will occur here again. But I'm not going anywhere, so I can certainly answer and help out. I'm just a phone call away, regardless.
Commissioner Henderson, I'll give you my review. I think they're both good people, good guys. I find with, excuse me, I find with John, he had, in general answers and not specific answers to our questions. I think he would like to be administrator, but I don't think it's his passion to be administrator. I think Rob expressed, excuse me, let me get a drink of water. I think Rob expressed that for 10 years he's wanted to be administrator, so he's been grooming himself, even though he may need more experience. He's been grooming himself for the position. I think that John would benefit to work in the division like Mike did for a long time before he became administrator, much more, let's say, as a deputy administrator, like Rob is doing, and like we have all the other people in the division. Garrett's here. We have, all the other people. Maybe they also one day dream to be administrator, which is good. We would like for them to be. I think also in the industry, public, private, there are technical people and there are management people. I think people go on technical ladder and there's very successful. I think people go on management level, manager ladder, and they climb those ladders. And it seems to me that John has been on the technical ladder more than the management level. Some of the questions that we asked, if they had gone to specific trainings and different things like that, and the answer is basically no, and that's because they're on technical ladder. If you're on management ladder, then of course you're going to those trainings and things like that. I think we chose Mike for a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons we chose Mike was the agency is a very good agency. It's been good agency for a long time. Mike continued the practices that made us a very good agency, and we would at least be able to continue that same progress with Rob, the same philosophy of management possibly, we don't know exactly. But if we hire John, he himself expressed different things that makes me think that he might not understand the way the agency is and may not continue the way it is. You asked, what do you do 1 year, 5 years, and he's even saying that there may not be an agency, which we hopefully there will be. So I would think that John possibly could be the administrator with more experience and more years under his belt. But I think Rob is ready to be the administrator. This is my opinion. He gave very specific, detailed answers. I think in the industry, if you ask people in his areas of expertise, AML, getting money for different agencies, people know Rob, and they know him outside of the state as well, other state agencies. So he, being the face of the agency, he's not the face that Mike is today, but he's at least a known entity to some people. I don't know, Mike, if he's ever met with the governor's office or anybody else. If you ever take people there with you, I don't know that, but that is a big step, I think. It's not something to be taken lightly whenever you're, go to speak to the representative of the governor. I'm sure you feel like you need to do a very good job. But, and then in response to Bob Felder, question about if we need to select someone today or not, I think it would be a little bit of an injustice. And I think, Bob, we talked about this before, to Rob, if we put someone above him that he has to train. It's very difficult for me to see how that would work. And then, of course, we need to keep people, good qualified people, and I think Rob is a good qualified person no matter what he's doing. So we don't want to put him in a position where he wish he took the job that he had been offered before and go out and look again. So that's my analysis of what I heard today, and I think all the commissioners asked very good questions, and I think both candidates did their best in answering those questions, and they're hard questions. If I was having to interview for a job like that and answer those questions, I'd probably, just say thank you, I'll see you later. But they were tough questions, and they answered them very, very honestly. It's just the answers were better from Rob, in my opinion.
Yeah, Commissioner Griffin here, just to point something out, and this would kind of be directed at Nigel, because I've never been a hard rock miner, but if you look at John's resume, it goes from superintendent. This is through Nevada Gold Mines, superintendent of geology, to mineral resource manager, and then to technical specialist. Looks like it's going the wrong direction to me, but that would be a Nigel question.
Commissioner Bain, actually, both Art and you are perfectly correct in the Barrick way of talent management. Probably goes into Newmont a little bit as well. There's a technical track and there's a management track, and he's been pushed into that technical side. And I would say, I forget who asked the question about the management training that a lot of the bigger companies give. The fact that he's been offered none may be a disservice to him, but those are the facts. But yeah, he's on a technical track, and it's even in that final job title, the technical specialist. We didn't have another place for him, so we made him technical specialist. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Henderson. I'd like to ask Bob a question. Bob, do you have any reservations today to appoint an administrator? I mean, you asked the question earlier, but
No, and when I asked that, I said I'm not casting any judgment.
no, I
here.
understand that, but you got the answer. Now I just would like to know if
So let
how
me
you
give a
feel
little
about it. Yeah,
background.
thank you very much.
Initially, with only two candidates, I thought, is it a little early for Rob in his career to take on? It's a big job, right? But with everything that's been discussed about the continuity and the procedures, and to me, it was black and white. I mean, John is not ready for this position. There's too many things he does not have any idea about, and that was clear in his answers. Rob did an excellent job, and I'm now completely convinced that he is ready. It might stretch him a little bit, but that's a good thing in a career, right? So yeah, I have no reservations.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Henderson again. One of the things that I've seen over my tenure is that at the very beginning of my tenure, I came to Carson City every week, twice a week, and I participated, I helped, I discussed. We were doing hydraulic fracking regulations. Then the new administrator came and he didn't want any communications between the commissioners and his staff. I think that's a fair statement. He frowned upon it, more or less. So we stopped. And then, of course, with Mike, I think it wasn't necessary to have commissioners involved. So, Mike, what is your opinion of commissioners helping Rob? I mean, I think I'm more than happy to come here, to talk to Rob by phone or come here to help him through the days. But in general, what is the real opinion of what commissioners should do?
Well, so you guys are counted on as a resource, subject matter experts for us in the governor's office to lean on with regards to answers to difficult questions. You remember when we went through the process for evaluating impacts on the legislative bills to change taxation on the mining industry, right? And you formulated a letter, submitted that, but it was your collective experience and expertise that was brought to bear. Your knowledge on the oil and gas industry was immensely helpful with regards to the oil and gas regulations, the hydraulic fracturing regulations, and same for Josh for the geothermal, making sure that we're not missing anything. From the industry perspective, what are we not addressing that we need to with the regulations? And that's key. So with the regulatory part, you are a resource to be relied upon, and there is an expectation that you're going to provide that. When I started as the administrator was the start of the pandemic. And so there was very little opportunity for in-person interaction, and everybody was kind of in survival mode, right? Let's just keep things going as best we can. There was very little that was added on for improvements, changes. It was redirections of assets and that sort of thing. So I think to Rob's point, increasing that interaction, I think would be really beneficial. And it would be beneficial for him to get a chance to know each of you individually more, so that he knows what questions he can ask of each of you to help him be a better administrator. And I think he recognized that in his response, which is really important.
Yeah, I think that if he just has the comfort level to know that we're here, that will help him a lot as well. He doesn't, go home at night and stare at a blank wall and say, what do I do? He knows that he has us. And if he does know he has us, then he may be more comfortable to make the correct decision on his own anyway.
And that's something you've all been very helpful with, and I haven't hesitated to text with you, and I appreciate that. And he'll have that ability as well, and it's important to know that it's just you're a text away. So thank you for that, and that is a resource we count on.
Have you taken him like to the governor's, representative, or meet with the governor or whoever? I know he's made a lot of presentations to various groups.
Yeah, so Rob's accompanied me only to the legislative meetings, not to the governor's office. Those are usually just directors, and that's it. So for the cabinet meetings, it's only the director of each agency. There's no staff that's coming to those. Part of it is the logistics, the size of the room. Beyond that, no. But by the same token, I've not yet met personally with my governor's office liaison, except once since the start of this administration. And it really just kind of depends. So it's really difficult to do that at the start of the legislative session. Everybody's dealing with the legislature. There isn't any free time. Now that that's done, we'll have more opportunities for that to better understand. And he'll have the opportunity to develop that relationship on his own.
Yeah, I would say a guy that, like myself, for 40 years, I've been outside sales and met, anywhere from the owner of a company to, or the president of the CEO, down to the people that actually pour that bag of lime into something and everything. And one thing that Rob has got that it didn't sound like to me that John had, see, at least he's made a lot of presentations. And what is the number one thing that people fear besides death? And that is public speaking. And so I can certainly identify with that. When you first get into sales, that's certainly a problem. But Rob probably would adapt to, in my view, because he's already got public speaking. Obviously, it's just a matter of moving up on who you're talking to a little bit. And that takes an adjustment, get over the fear of, this person puts on his pants one leg at a time, just like I do. So, and it's just got a little bit more important, maybe, position. So I think he'll get over that part of it pretty easy. Plus, on the other comment about other candidates, I personally sent out, because I know a lot of people as well, because of my outside sales experience. I sent probably at least 10 emails with the announcement. I sent it to which I wasn't really serious, but I sent it to, if anybody remembers Mike Eliason, he was senior vice president of LaWast at one time, and so pretty far up the ladder. I sent it to Mike out of a little bit of a joke, and he said he wanted to know if he thought he could qualify for that, and he ran LaWast operations and the sales group. So and also one thing, he actually graduated from the same school as John did. So anyway.
Commissioner Bain, I'm ready to vote on the candidate. I think Rob is certainly skilled enough to do the job. There's a hats off to Mike for accumulating quite a bench strength. There's another one of them sitting in the room who's a pretty skilled presenter and manager on that AML stuff. So I think the division's done pretty well on that side. When I look at the goings on in Nevada, I wonder if the division doesn't need to be more action oriented with some of the things that have been going on. The chairman's company being impacted by challenges to their plants. Supposedly the world's biggest deposit of lithium being drug into court again and again and again. I wonder if we shouldn't be out there more, trying to educate some of the legislators and the new governor's team, saying, hey, this could change a lot in Nevada. This could add not just on the mission statement, but all the other integrated industries tied to that lithium, and as well as other minerals too, not focused totally on lithium. So I wonder if it isn't a good time to have a little bit of a change of direction, and nothing on what's happened in the past, but think that would it help the industry of Nevada for us to be even more proactive. But I'm ready to go ahead and vote on the administrator position.
Just another comment, Commissioner Felder. I think the model of bringing people up through the division to eventually be administrator is working well. I don't know what Alan Coiner was, he was like in perlite business, and I'm not sure what his transition was. That was a long time ago, but Rich's experience having been a commissioner, that worked well, and with Mike coming in, and I think bringing Rob in, follows up on that. I'm trying to imagine, we advertise publicly, who's that perfect person who would fit? I don't think there is one. I really think the model should be bring them up through the division. Maybe in 15 years, Lucia's the administrator, who knows? But I think that works well, and I think the specific knowledge of how Nevada state government works and all the procedures that go along with that is really important to the position. And to bring someone from the outside, it's like throwing them in with the sharks. I mean, I think the learning curve for John would just be, I think it would be disruptive to the division if you brought somebody like that in. So just comment.
Well, I'd add to that. I'd say I think I agree that it's a very natural process. Though I think that having the opportunity to look outside, I think we've also seen in the past coming from outside industry has also brought in raised levels of awareness, raised levels of attention to kind of the matters at hand too. So I agree. At the same time, I think this process of looking outside as well is also very important, because from time to time, we'll get interest from very high qualified people that want to come back into the public sector and provide service. So I think it's supportive either way.
My last comment is also for John. Of course, this will be Rob's decision. Mike, maybe talk to Rob and Garrett and the rest of the team. Is in the last interview process for Mike, we obtained Sean, and I think Sean has done a good job. He came in after he interviewed, and maybe there's a place for John in the division. I don't know. You guys can decide that, but by going to outside people, it does give us an opportunity to see people that may be interested to come to the division, especially in the period where we're trying to fill some positions, and I'm not sure where to get them or not. So I think, Josh, I think maybe that's your responsibility, not mine, is when you talk to John, maybe if you feel the same way as I do, I don't know, but I don't want him to leave today, just totally shut down.
No, it's very good input, Art, and I actually already made a note of that too, to encourage to further his interest in the division in a different role. Because again, I think I see it again from the private sector too, that it's very encouraging to see when individuals want to come into this the agency sector and be a part of the state, be a part of the structure we have here in the state. So I agree. As a matter of process, the way we move forward is with a motion and a second, and then there'll be another point for discussion, of course. So if we're ready to move forward, that's how we move forward.
I would like to make a motion that we vote on the new administrator between the two candidates we interviewed today.
Maybe for clarification, Art, I think the motion should be to vote on the appointment of a particular candidate at this time. Make sense? Maybe to rephrase it, I think what you're trying to say is that you move to appoint.
Nominate Rob as the administrative candidate that we should vote on today. Okay, so we're not going to vote, there's not going to be a tally, there's not going to be 8-0, it's just going to be, okay,
Yeah.
That's fine.
No, we're
Did we
going to
get
go
that correct?
ranked voting.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have to recount the votes, please.
He's listening. Ensuring that we're all within process, and I'm sure if we were doing something wrong, he'll You'd bring it up immediately. Okay, the motion that has been moved. We need a second to proceed.
Second.
All right, the motion is to nominate Mr. Giglieri as the next administrator for the Division of Minerals for discussion. Any discussion? I think, not hearing any, so seeing where this is going, but at least to my point, as the gentlemen come back in, of course, we'll thank them for their time, as well as thank them exceptionally for their desire to serve for the state of Nevada and for the industries that we're here to serve with. So I think in response to going through this public process, which is not a normal interview process, and is very intensive than anything in particular that we're used to, I'm sure. So I don't have any further discussion points. No further discussion points from the commissioners. Then we'll move to a vote. So all those in favor of nominating the appointment of Mr. Giglieri as the next administrator for NDOM, all in favor with an aye.
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 Any opposed with a nay? The motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. A good discussion and good interview process today. I personally thank you all for being a part of it and being engaged in it. It's definitely an interesting one. Now that I think most of us have been through it twice now. Yeah. All right, if we can bring the two gentlemen back in, we can present to them. I think we're waiting for Commissioner Bain.
Is that correct, Rob?
Okay.
What did you say about oil and gas anyway? Tell me again.
Sorry, John, for the confusion. That's all right. We'll take that on us that maybe we didn't make it fully clear on the process earlier. So I greatly appreciate you coming back in. Okay, we're all present. So first and foremost, I want to sincere thanks to both of you, Rob, John, for coming here today, the courage to apply and going through this public process with us. Recognizing it's not the norm, and of course your desire to serve the state of Nevada is exemplary and well appreciated. I think it's something that only few individuals out there today can see themselves doing. And it's very much a needed role for our state and our future. Okay, so we have discussed, we have voted, and we've decided to appoint Mr. Galleri as the next administrator for the Division of Minerals. John, again, my sincere thanks for your involvement and your interest in this department. I encourage you to consider coming into this department and serving the state in a different role. In the division, and I hope this process helps serve your interest to come and work for the state in the public sector, and serve your state for further development. So I hope while the outcome is not in your favor, I hope it helps serve that you can come back and try and work towards another role. So and again, your sincere thanks for coming back here. To receive that message. And again, I think from all of us, we thank you for the interest and look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thanks again. Thank you. Rob, the next step is that we'll set a meeting together to discuss a compensation and start date. To confirm that, to finalize your role. All right. And yes, congratulations. We look forward. I think that's the other message. We sincerely look forward to working with you and helping you transition to this role, and providing whatever help that we can to make you successful here. Okay. Am I missing any points of business here, Mike? Great. Hearing none. Next up on the agenda is we'll move for a recess. We'll break for 30 minutes and come back and resume around 1:15 for the remainder of the agenda. All right, we are in recess. Thank you. All right, it is 1:16. We got all commissioners present, so we'll come back to the meeting and proceed with the next agenda item. As mentioned earlier in the session, we're going to interrupt the head of new business. We're going to cover one old business item, which is the financial update from fiscal year 23 to 25, as relevant for the upcoming new business. And I think, Mike, you're going to lead that.
Yeah, Mike Vischer for the record. So in your packet, old business B, 3 items there to look at: the cumulative mining claim chart. This one here. Everybody see that one? Old business B. So we finally did get all of the revenue from the counties, $2.7 million. So mining claims up again, so 3.7% year over year. We're seeing some additional, kind of late in the year, additional claim staking around some more lithium projects. So that's still expanding. So pretty robust, pretty much online, I think, with where we anticipated this to be at our May meeting. But a good sign. The reserve balance is the next page. And again, we've still got quite a bit in our reserve. We had anticipated that we were going to have some of the $400,000 towards AML expenditures from the public entities requesting money. Those have not yet transpired. We're still waiting for Nye County and Pahrump to work through the process on that. But so that's not reflected here. But so we ended the year quite a bit above our reserve guidance. Next page is the very detailed revenue and expenditures. The columns that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that have changed a fair amount since our May presentation. And that is with regards to the mining claim fees, the expenditure side, it's on the payroll. So this does reflect the 12% COLA that increases our costs for FY24, and then 11% COLA for FY25. And it also reflects the new FTE that starts October 1. And so there's an impact to both of those. And it also includes the terminal leave payouts that are anticipated from my retirement. And then next year, Debbie Seelig in our Las Vegas office, she's not set a date yet, but she's planning on retiring as well. So we're kind of anticipating all that and pushing that out there, so those will not be surprises. And they're just really placeholders. And then on the special projects, we had quite a few bureau projects that had to be pushed forward into the current fiscal year from the last fiscal. Some changes there, and then we did reflect the updated bureau 2-year contract with the new amount that was agreed to at the last commission meeting, and the ongoing projects that we have with them. So you can see there's a considerable amount of expenditures in FY24 that are not reflected in FY25. And then the hardware, or the computer and IT, now also includes our cost to administrative services division for the fiscal support that they are now providing us, really on all things fiscally related. They're helping with the work programs, they're helping with invoicing, even approval of the payroll. So there's a cost to all of that, right? It does free up Valerie to help out more on the programs, both on the fluid minerals side, but in helping out with some of the other programs. So that's all good news, but that's another cost. And then category 39, those are the ongoing costs to the AML enhancements reflected there. So the key number really to look at is the very bottom and the far right. We exit the biennium FY25. Right now, the projected amount is about $917,000 over the guidance. And again, the guidance is 6 months operating from what's been approved. So we're in a pretty good spot still. And that does account for the $400,000. If the public entities take advantage of that $400,000, that is included in this. And yeah, so that's the current state of affairs fiscally for right now. Are there any other questions from the commission?
Chairman Nordquist, so just for clarity, we are now into FY24.
Correct.
Correct.
We've not yet closed FY23. That happens in another week or so. Just waiting for some final numbers to come through that have not officially come through. But yeah, we are already in fiscal 24.
And then also, Mike, just to be clear, the Section 9 does not include any of the proposals we're hearing today?
Correct.
Any other questions, commissioners? If hearing none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. I'll get back to it here. Okay, next up is we'll move on to new business. First off is a proposal for the Nevada State Museum in Carson City for possible action. Mr. Bondi will come and present.
Thank you all for having me. Josh Bondi for the record, Director of the Nevada State Museum. So thank you all for having me today. I know some of you in the room, so it's nice to see some familiar faces. As a geologist myself and a former faculty member at UNLV. So this proposal that we're bringing to you guys today, I'll try to be quick about it because I know we all want to move on, is getting minerals to the masses. And so this is playing off of a museum exhibit theme that the NDOM has been a part of for a number of years with a number of other institutions. So this is the entrance to our current geology gallery at the Nevada State Museum. If you guys haven't been in a while, I suggest you come down. If you just let the front desk know that you're here to see me, and I'll let you guys in for free, of course. Or you can pay the $10, whatever you want. So Nevada's Changing Earth. This is the entrance to our gallery. And so what we're proposing is changing the existing plate tectonics exhibit, which you see figured here in the lower left, which is kind of a 1990s version of plate tectonics. It kind of takes a 10,000 foot global approach to plate tectonics. It's not wrong, it's just not very engaging. So, you know, being the first geology director of a state museum, I really wanted to make this a focus of making this an engaging story because it's, especially when we talk about natural history of Nevada, geology is the basis for the natural history of our state. So it's important that we get this right, and it's important that we hook the kids, hook just the guests that are passing through, or even the legislators that are passing through during legislative sessions, that this is an important aspect of not just our natural history, but also, as you guys all know, our socioeconomic history of the state. So it's getting a little dated. We intentionally didn't show a clip of the video up there because it's thoroughly dated, but that's for a proposal, maybe a different day. And then this is our current rock cycle exhibit. Again, very topical, not Nevada related. It's really a space filler for the Mesozoic part of our exhibit. But as a Mesozoic paleontologist, I have a few other stories I'd like to tell in this space, maybe some dinosaurs or something else fun and engaging. And again, we want to make this more of a Nevada story. As all of you know in this room, our geology, the rock cycle as it pertains to the socioeconomic development of our state, is a much more engaging story than just some rocks on a wall, right? Imagine, you know, your 10-year-old, 12-year-old self walking through this exhibit. Is this going to grab your attention? Maybe not so much. You know, a dinosaur tooth, probably, But there's much more engaging ways to tell the story of geology to the kids. Again, I used to be a Geology 101 professor at UNLV. I had to make rocks interesting for 18-year-olds, which, is not an easy task, or the Rocks for Jocks class. So there's a lot better ways to tell the story than just, some rocks glued to the wall. So this is the current extent of our geology gallery. It's about 3,500 square feet. The thing in the lower left is not a bug. That's our Columbian mammoths on exhibit, just for scale of the space. And where we're looking is right here. So this is the entrance to the gallery, which we figured in the first slide. This is our ichthyosaur, which is right here on the stairwell for those of you who have been in the museum. And so this will be the first pop when the kids or the guests come upstairs. And, from our head frame styled elevator, walking right into the geology gallery, this will be the first thing that catches their eye and sets the stage for the natural history of Nevada. Will be that geology exhibit right then and there. So again, our exhibit shows currently about a 1990s version of plate tectonics. Again, we can update this. It's not wrong, but it's just really not that engaging in its current form. And I think a much more impactful story will be focusing more on Nevada. So what's Nevada's tectonics? What is the importance of Nevada's tectonics in geology to the story of what you're about to see, or the story throughout the rest of the museum? So again, the Basin and Range Tectonic Province is what makes Nevada so prolific for the minerals and geothermal industries. It's what makes Nevada the most mountainous state in the lower 48. It also sets the stage for all the different physiographic provinces across the state. We're currently upgrading the biology side of our natural history exhibit. So why do we have all these different ecosystems? Well, it's because of the mountains. Why are the mountains there? Because of the tectonics. But that's not stated anywhere currently in our exhibits. So the rock cycle component helps guests understand the different rocks and why they're important in our region. We have a bunch of rock hounders that come through the museum, and they love seeing the different rocks, and they love telling us what we get wrong. So it'd be nice to have an updated rock cycle exhibit. And then finally, we'd also like to incorporate something about minerals in the household. And so why the mineral industry is important to daily life, why it's important to our economy, and incorporate that as well. So we can't just have natural history in a vacuum. Natural history exists in the context and the world in which we interact with it. So we think that's important. And this seems like a lot. I know it's a lot, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel. You guys have already done this a couple of times now. This is the exhibit at the Natural History Museum in Las Vegas, where I used to be the curator and director of research. And so me and Garrett actually worked pretty close on this project here. So you guys already have all the materials that you can do. You already have the blueprints for building these types of exhibits. So we think it would be fun to participate with you guys as well, especially since we're sister agencies. And then maybe also additionally to do a little rock and mineral exhibit, or mineral and rock identification activity for our Discovery Lab. This is our hands-on activity lab where all the school groups that come and visit, they go into this little lab and they can do hands-on science exhibits or hands-on science activities. So some of them prominently display the division of minerals, and the kids can work on their rock and mineral identifications for the relevant grade levels. And this would impact immediately thousands of Nevada and Northern California students that come through our museum. I haven't looked at all of the demographics, but we see almost as many Las Vegas kids as our sister museum at the Springs Preserve in Southern Nevada. So we'd be hitting students from all across the state simply by doing a little activity. It could be something super simple, but something that would be very impactful for the kids in this space. So who will benefit from this type of exhibit? In fiscal year 23, which we just wrapped up as well, we welcomed 33,600 guests through our front door. That doesn't count all the guests that were responsible for the tours through the state capitol building as well. That number does not reflect them. So visitation numbers, we have currently surpassed in the last fiscal year pre-COVID numbers, and our trends are already skyrocketing up. Our July numbers are already record number. So people are out and about again. People are coming to museums again. Our museum is still relevant. And so we see visitorship continuing to increase as well. Our demographics are different from the other two NDOM museums that you guys have supported. So geographically, obviously, we're different from the Las Vegas Natural History Museum. And then demographically, we're obviously different from the Discovery Museum in Reno because we see guests of all ages. So you don't need to be there with a kid or anything like that. We welcome all guests. We got school group tours from across the state, and a couple of our STEM-focused docents have also started piggybacking on the NMA teacher workshops. And so they've done a lot of these hands-on rock and mineral identification activities, and they're spreading the word to the other docents that, you know, this is a cool thing that they can go participate in, is participating in these NMA teacher workshops. We see guests from every county of the state, guests from around the country, and guests from around the world. When we had a snow day here last winter, we even had the French Consul General come through the museum in 6 inches of snow. He said it was no big deal. I guess they see that much in Paris on occasion. I'm not from Paris. I don't know what the climate is there, but he didn't think it was a big deal. And I'm hoping this is also the start of a relationship between NDOM and the Nevada State Museum. You know, we look forward to collaborating further. Our missions are not that dissimilar, so spreading the importance of the history of our state and what's important to especially every corner of the state of Nevada. So this proposed new exhibit will have a wide impact, especially on our visitors from across the state, across the globe. This partnership will hopefully be mutually beneficial in getting your guys' mission out to a wider audience as well. And then potential future projects we can work on. How many of you have been to our museum in the last 60 years? And if you've been down in the underground mine exhibit, that underground mine exhibit has been there since 1957. So my parents remember going through it when they were on their fourth grade tours from coming in. I went on the same tour from when I was in fourth grade when I'd grown up in Fallon. They bussed us into Carson City, and I remember going through the mine also. So it might be ready for some upgrades. And nowhere down there is the story of modern mining, or the story of modern minerals extraction. So those are all stories that we need to tell also, because it's important to the history of our state, and we need to be proactive as storytellers, not to leave these stories behind. And so this is currently the hallway outside of the historic mine. It's a blank slate, and it could be the perfect segue to a modern mining exhibit or future stories that we would want to tell with other stakeholders. So with that, I thank you for your time. I know there's a couple questions Mike gave you a heads up about, so I will stop talking and let you guys ask your questions.
Mr. Bondi, let me ask you a question. This is Commissioner Henderson. Garrett did a lot of work on those other museums. Will this require the division to provide the same amount of work, or will you take the full load on yourself?
Josh Bondi for the record. So I think what we're looking at doing is utilizing work that's already been done by NDOM and just kind of rebuilding another one of those standalone exhibits. So I think a lot of the heavy lifting's already been done. Some tweaks that we'd like maybe to see, working with Garrett or whoever you guys are working with, tailoring the exhibit to what we need in that space, which I don't think would be major edits. And then we have some just nitpicky stuff at the museum, like fonts and things like that we would work with you guys on.
Commissioner Bain, this is the museum just up the street we're talking about. Okay, I'm in the right place.
Chairman Nordquist, so I guess to make sure it's clear, I think the first proposal is to incorporate a similar exhibit than what we've done a couple of times so far. Maybe I'll pass the question to Garrett for a moment, but were we aware of any issues with the supplier we used before, and do we have any known concerns producing the same exhibit again?
Garrett Wake for the record. The builder of the last exhibit has expressed interest in doing these as they come about. We had told him that this was hopefully something that we continue to do. So as far as I know, I spoke to him maybe a year or so ago, and he was still prepared to do this again. The cost of goods, is always increasing, so it may cost a little different, but no issues as I know with the builder.
And then just for clarity, we haven't reached out for a quote or anything at this point in time?
Garrett, for the record, no, we have not.
Commissioner Hallinan here. What's the time schedule? What's the hopeful on the time?
Josh Bondi for the record. Currently, we don't have a time frame in mind. We just want to work with you guys and establish this relationship. So we're currently revamping our entire natural history gallery. So we're hoping to have our first phase of our biology side done within this fiscal year, or at least close to having it done within this fiscal year. We all know how things go with the state, right? But yeah, within the year would be fun. If it takes longer than that, that's not going to break our back on this project whatsoever. So I hope that's a good wishy-washy answer.
Commissioner Bain, certainly the modern mining industry wants to, while the old mine is nice and romantic and is wonderful, we want to cast that away. And, you know, even for the kids' education, kids have to understand that modern mining is full of new technology. All the different disciplines that UNLV and UNR create, and Great Basin College, better throw them in. All those different trades, professions are represented in today's modern mining world, and we want to slowly move people into thinking that it isn't dirty, dangerous, and you're going to get killed, crippled because of black lung or something like that. So from my point of view, we would support you, but we've got to get the right message out there. And it's not the old, what you showed in that picture.
Josh Bondi for the record. Yeah, I was on the board of directors for the Geological Society of Nevada for over a decade. So, you know, I'm aware of all the different aspects and all the different subfields and subdisciplines that come to bear on the modern mining industry. And I think future collaborations with NDOM would be perfect opportunities in this big blank hallway. The importance of all the STEM fields, engineering, chemistry, mathematics, physics, all of that comes to bear in modern mining. And I think in a kind of a two-dimensional space, when you think about these flat walls here, what better place than to highlight these different career fields and different directions young people could get into, and, you know, support this important economic engine for most of Nevada.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%.
Commissioner, go ahead. Go ahead, that's all right.
Chairman Nordquist, I guess checking. I don't think we have any geothermal related exhibit at this point in time either. Correct, in this museum?
Josh Bondi for the record. There's lots of space for geothermal.
I knew you'd say that. Just checking to see. And then, well, I guess I'll hold on my second comment if you want to go ahead. Randy.
Commissioner Griffin, I know we've had a number of these, of course, in my tenure here. And there's one thing that pops up to, not necessarily it applies to you guys, but I don't know why it wouldn't, is when we're trying to get people to interested in it, there's nothing better in this world, I'm sure everybody would agree, better than money. And what I'm saying is, why wouldn't we ever post in these things where we're trying to get people to interested in the field? We wouldn't post what people, like I heard somebody at lunch mention the starting salaries of people like mining engineers and things like this. And I mean, that seems to be almost a no-brainer. You put up a list of these are what starting salaries are in these fields. And you could even put UNR in there, or UNLV of our, you get that from of course, the recruiting department or whatever from UNR. And that just seems so obvious to me that those are the type of things that's going to go, hey, man, you can make that kind of money if I go into geology or chemistry or something in the mining field. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth today. So,
Josh Bondi for the record. I agree with you. Like I said, I grew up in Fallon, and, you know, there's farming or mining, and so and there's a naval base too if you want to leave home for a little bit. But I think absolutely, I think the earning potential for a lot of these fields should be highlighted as part of this, especially in like our little discovery lab where the kids come in and do their hands-on activities. like, these are viable careers. These are career paths that you can support your family with. And even in a general hallway for a part of a big exhibit, yeah, absolutely. I think the career potential, because we don't want a brain drain in our state. If we have some really sharp kids that are growing up in Winnemucca or Ely or even Eureka, you know, we want to keep them home and, you know, go to UNR, get a good degree and stay in the state and have a good job. I agree 1,000% with that.
Yeah, one of the, Mike and I went and, where did we, that elementary school, was it? McCall, yeah. And it was a great exhibit and all that. But again, I don't see anything in any of these, and I've done a number of them when I was on the Nevada here and also the Nevada Mining Commission, so to speak, our board. And I've never seen any list of what you can make in any of these fields. And it just seems I know it's their elementary school, but they're going to have parents there. And even as a kid, you're going to say, you know, a 12-year-old kid or something, you're going to say, God, you can make $120,000 as a starting salary as a mine engineer. And that'd certainly get the parents' attention as well. So anyway, that's it.
So yeah, Josh Bondi for the record. So me and Garrett both sit on the Macaw board, so we'll work on that.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Bain, and this is kind of a silly little story. One time I was driving to either one of these commission meetings or a Nevada Mining Association meeting, and it was the Rayleigh's freight company truck that I was following through some construction, so I had to look at the back of this truck for 10, 15 miles. On the back of the truck, someone had written, "Don't laugh, this job pays $45,000. And I thought, man, most people are going to be laughing their heads off in all the counties you just drove through, because at the time mining was running around $85,000 annually for the basic job. So it is a point. I'm sure a number of people, the parents whom McCaw walking through there, are probably not making the same amount of money as the standard or the average in the mining industry in northern Nevada.
I think Chairman Nordquist again. I think and commissioners, I'll speak for you guys if I can. You know, certainly I recognize that that the museum, you know, the goals of the museum align with the goals of the division, especially along our educational goals. So, unless I don't believe we're asking a specific request today. Am I correct or incorrect there?
Just for clarification, yeah, there is a request letter. Yeah.
Do we have a? Okay, so maybe let's focus on that. What the specific request is? Let's start there.
All right, thank you, Josh Bondi, for the record. So the specific request is for a standalone exhibit similar in model to the two other this division has built prior to other museums, and for a hands-on activity in the Discovery Lab for either simple mineral rock identification, not in a project not to exceed $80,000.
I want to check because I know. I didn't have my mic on. Does this $80,000 align with what the exhibit project had cost in the past?
Garrett Wake for the record. The projects in the past, I think, were just over or around $50,000, but I think Josh had said that there was an additional something in the laboratory they would be asking for as well. And I also just want to remind the commission that this would have to go through the contracting process again, just like we have in the past. So if that additional portion were on the same contract, through the same contractor, we would have to, bid for that, and he would have to apply for it, just like we did the past few times.
Josh Bondi for the record, and just to clarify, the $80,000 not to exceed amount is taken into account in the last couple of years. Obviously, you know, cost of goods has gone up and all of that fun stuff. And so just to take that into account as a buffer.
Commissioner Hallinan here. Josh, I have a question. If we approve this, is there any kind of marketing campaign after the exhibit is put out there that is a plan as well to entice more people to visit the museum?
Josh Bondi for the record. Yes, so we have a marketing team through Department of Tourism, and they are very keen on highlighting and advertising any new exhibits that we open up and any new partnerships that we have open. And then they have contacts with all the periodicals around the state of Nevada and with the major newspapers. So they would certainly do a press release and probably do some sort of marketing event, some sort of Nevada-wide targeted event.
And as a member, I'll also add that there is a newsletter as well. I think what we were kind of looking at is the ability to move forward to get the bids, see what that increase was from where we were before, knowing that it's going to be more than 50,000. And then with any additional monies that are available from the 80,000 cap, that we would then put together a scope of work that would meet the other two bullets, which is the activity in the lab, and then any seed for what might be used in the hallway or elsewhere. It's going to be depending on how much money is left available from the cost of the exhibit itself. So either purchasing the supplies necessary for the testing kits, for the samples, some of the consumables that are going to be going away, and that would be outlined in the scope of work based after we got the bids back.
Chairman Nordquist, thanks, Mike. That's kind of where I think was steering my mind, was that I would expect, kind of with approval today, is that the expectation could be formed that we would come back for final approval of the bids, or approval to go forward with a certain bid, and then to specify exactly the additional scope of works that would be proceeded with beyond the exhibit. Am I structuring that correctly?
Let me let Rob go ahead and answer this.
Rob Guilleri for the record. So if the commission was to approve this today, when it comes to the bids, what we'd be authorizing is for up to $80,000. So if we did not receive a bid in that range and they're all above, then we would have to come back to the commission. But if the bids did come underneath, it would be under the state contracting policies for us to select the bid. So at that point, you're saying for this would be, yes, we do want to move forward up to 80 grand. If it's more than 80 grand, then we would have to come back to you guys for additional funding or find additional partners to be able to cover the rest of that money. And with that, we've said it a few different times, but I was the one that actually, I think, put the $80,000 number out there. And that was because of inflation, as well as this is going to be mirroring the other exhibits that were built, but we're giving a little bit more of a Nevada twist on the geology. So there's a little bit of tweaks that we kind of want to look at and see. So again, that was a rough estimate, knowing what we're able to do before.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposal presented by Mr. Bondi with the cost not to exceed $80,000 to be managed by the division.
I'll second that.
All right, Chairman Nordquist, motion and seconded to approve up to $80,000 spend for the Nevada State Museum to be managed by the division. So under discussion, maybe Art, do you want to clarify what you mean by managed by the division?
Well, the division will manage the bidding process, and we'll report back to the commission at a later meeting to give us progress of how the bids fell within the budget.
Any other discussion?
Second.
Thanks, Nigel. The no other discussion points? Okay. We'll move forward with the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, stay with aye.
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 Any opposed with nay? The motion's approved unanimously. Thank you.
Josh Bondi for the record. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you. Welcome back to Northern Nevada. All right, next up on the agenda for possible action is a proposal for equipment at the Mining Center of Excellence. Is Sam's here? Hi, Sam. Come on up.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to present this proposal, and just want to comment that I'm even older than the Underground Mining Museum. Just a little bit of an overview very quickly. GBC works in about 86,000 square miles. We've got a main campus in Elko. We've got other satellite campuses in Battle Mountain, Winnemucca, Ely, and Pahrump. And for over 40 years, we've been training CTE trades, of which over 80% of the people go into the mining industry. In Elko, we have our main trades, but we've got 2 in Winnemucca, we've got 2 in Ely, and we've got 1 in Pahrump. So we are very part and parcel with the mining industry. Background is, in all countries of the world, sadly, we lack trained technical STEM. And the Australians beat us at all the sports we play in South Africa, and I don't usually like them, but they've added an extra M onto STEM for medicine, and I think that's very appropriate, particularly in our state, for example. And we are battling to find people. Currently in the Elko area, we're about 500 to 1,000 people short. This isn't different in Canada, Australia, anywhere like that. But the mining industry, between ourselves and Arizona, we're probably approaching 25% of the country's mineral activities. And we're growing in our state, particularly with new lithium deposits as well. So the idea has been to offer more pathways for high school students in particular into careers associated with our mining industry, particularly geology, mining, and metallurgy. And in that regard, the 2 presidents of UNR and GBC, perhaps a few years ago, started talking about a mining center of excellence in Elko to fill this gap and to try and attract people. If we're going to meet our global climate challenges by 2050, which are clearly impossible, we need $4 trillion worth of new mining activity between now and 2050. $4 trillion. It's impossible. But clearly, for the first time, the mining industry is really taking the lead in environmental activities, which I must confess I quite enjoy pointing out to people. What we're planning to do with the Mining Center of Excellence, and we've had a very tight time frame on this, is to initially offer hybrid delivery dual high school certificates that will transfer seamlessly to GBC, to Mackay, to UNLV for geology, for example. Later on, offer hybrid associate degrees with a focus on geology, mining, and metallurgy, and then offer continuing education, upskilling courses for the mines, which hopefully will become a stackable master's degree. So, for example, a chief financial officer of a mining company might want to learn something about metallurgy, geology, things like that, and they'd stack them up to get some form of a master's. That's the ultimate goal. But we also want to be a focal point and resource for the mining industry and all its related activities. We had a very tight time frame, and we do have a program launch. Things have not gone as quickly, mainly because of time. If you're talking about enrollments into dual credit, you should be starting in February. Because of having to go through NSHE and a number of hoops, we unfortunately only got through that in about May or June, but that is our reality. We did a lot of outreach because we wanted to start a trial program initially in Elko High School and Spring Creek to then push it out into the whole of the state. The key being that although, in my opinion, contact is still the best, hybrid, where people can work and study and just come together for certain contact courses and that, is a very good second. And so if we can have these dual credits, not just necessarily for the high schools, but for people in the industry or for people that want to join the industry, and they can go all the way through to an associate's while they're working, we think that is particularly appealing. So that's what we've been planning. Unfortunately, we had face-to-face with 700 sophomore and junior students at both schools. We've had live radio, we've had a lot on Facebook, on Twitter, we've had brochures out in the schools and all the rest of it. We've had activities. Where I slipped up was I ignored parents. And I think in hindsight's a great science, that's been the issue, because perhaps a 16 and 17-year-old looking 2 years away, college is just a lifetime, and they want him to be on devices and things like that. So our initial enrollment for our launch, which is a test only, is very disappointing. And moving forward, we're going to be starting earlier, and we're going to be focusing on parents as well, saying, look, we've got scholarships for these. If your child is thinking of doing anything that is STEM related, why don't they do these courses? And as I say, that was my fault, and it wasn't, in hindsight, I should have thought about that, but to be honest, I didn't. So the successes, the executive director, myself, is in place. What I do like is that we now have the offering of all our trades and the mining center things all in one go. So it's like a one-stop shop. Do you want to do a year trade? Which is amazing, because within a year of focused trade, the people can go out and start earning $34 an hour, actually earning more than our instructors. Or alternatively, do they want an entry level on the mine? Do they want an associate's? Or do they hopefully want to go through to UNR to actually achieve a geology, a mining, or a metallurgy? We've got a very powerful industrial advisory council. It's met once. It's meeting again in September. Some of our challenges were that before 2023, and I'm not sure where the figure came in, the armory, which we took over in October of last year, the figure bandied around was that it needed $500,000 to make it fit for purpose. When we came in, it's got no power. The building itself is structurally sound, but it's got no services, etc. So that $5 million, UNR's facilities have put in an estimate of about $2.2 million, minus 25% plus 75%. So that's a challenge that we are going to have to look at. And the courses couldn't be marketed until they were NSHE approved, which happened in May, June. This is the status of where we wanted to go. We've signed an MOU between ourselves and UNR. That happened in June. We've got our Mining Industry Advisory Council. We have set up this UNR liaison, which I think is going to be very effective. And we have at least a part-time mining and a metallurgy instructor. We have geology already at GBC. Our advisory council, I think, has got very good representation. We grew it from our first meeting. There was some discussion whether we should have OEMs, original equipment manufacturers. That does become difficult because some of the OEMs, but not all of them, support our scholarships. And at the moment, as I say, we don't have them in, but we've got a very useful and all-encompassing advisory council. Just to rehash where we are, the actual armory is right adjacent to the campus. It's the closest building to where we house ourselves. It's a 1961 building in very good setup. We've had asbestos testing, and they found it in the linoleum tiles, which are everywhere throughout the whole building, which you can't have in a lab anyway, so those are going to have to come up. But we've now got a good handle on what it's going to be, and it's a very, very useful space, not just for us, but the plan is eventually that we're going to have workstations, so when people from state authorities or from researchers or just visitors want to come, they will have a facility. We'll have an open area with labs. If people want to bring in new equipment, they can do so. So I think it's going to be a very powerful space. Once it is actually finalized, it's got an industrial kitchen, so we're going to be offering continuing education classes, which aren't offered at the moment, which I think are going to be very popular. And all in all, it's a very, very useful space. We're wanting to get equipment for the mining center. We are looking at a mobile lab. In fact, we've put our first proposal in to GoEd, Economic Development. This is going to be not a mining center unit, it's going to be an electrical and a welding setup, so we can go out to areas like Eureka that's got nothing, Beatty, which we are hoping to actually be able to bring them into Pahrump. We're just looking for the funding. We're looking for VR sets. We're looking for things that will interest people, particularly school children, in these things. And it's about, that was 450,000, it's probably about 550,000. Some of the examples of the equipment are there. That bottom right-hand picture is one of those topographic sand tables, which they've done so much exciting stuff with. You can actually create now open pit mines in these things. Kids love them. They really are interactive and things like that. One of the things we did at the Western Australia School of Mines, which I recommend everybody does, including the museums, is we used to take a sample of copper ore, crush it and grind it, do a couple of fudges, and at the end, with the school kids, we used to copper plate a coin. It was so exciting. The kids loved that kind of thing. It's visual, it's exciting, and it really engages people, because I don't know anybody who's visited a mine site who hasn't come away with a better opinion of mines than they had before. That doesn't mean they like necessarily mining, but they say, wow, these guys, I don't like them, but they actually do quite a lot of good work. And as we said before, it's not dark, dirty, and dangerous. I mean, I've been on a mine in Western Australia, 400-ton autonomous trucks, no drivers, 6 drilling rigs, no operators. The drill itself calls the maintenance person and says, hey, I need a new bit, come and, put it on. It's amazing. 2-mile iron ore trains that load and unload with no drivers. This is exciting stuff that we need to be telling our school kids, because it's what gets them excited. And, virtual reality and things like that are essential. Last year, you were kind enough to fund us with $146,000. Now that the MOU's been signed, we're looking at actually getting that equipment. And what we are asking for now is 4 individual sets. Immersive Technologies, which is owned by Komatsu, actually does more work for Caterpillar, though. They have got these incredibly precise virtual reality systems that you can work in a mine in dark, at dusk. You can have a look at it, and we're looking at getting 2 software packages. One is what they call a sandbox, which is a single cut of an open pit where you can go to various different places, have a look at a loader loading a truck. You can have a look under it, you can have a look round it, you can make it dusk or dawn to show how the different operators actually see things. And it's just useful, and we don't want to just use this for ourselves and keep it static. If schools want to use it, if McCaw School of Mines, that thanks to Commissioner Vischer and Garrett, I'm going to McCaw School of Mines in 2 weeks' time, that we can actually have it being used as much as possible. The only problem comes is that school kids are not particularly careful with VR sets, so we're going to have to make sure that we do look after them. The other one we're looking at is a spectrometer, which is the same one as Mackey School of Mines has got, where we can show people and people that want to do research, show children, this is a rock, let's crush it. What has it got? Oh, look, it's got lithium, it's got copper, it's got lead zinc, it's got whatever it happens to be in it. So we want to be able to use that not just to educate students, but to show it off for mines, for research and things like that in and around the Elko area. The immersive technologies VR sets, you can see in the center, they've got controls. The other package is a maintenance training system for a large 400-ton truck. So you go up to the wheels and you have a check whether all the nuts are done. You make sure that the oil's correct. You walk up into the cabin, make sure that all the sensors are working. So it's actually an interactive training part of it, and it's very sophisticated and rather successful. I'm trying to work with this crowd and get, as an aside, 10 community colleges across the US to look at using VR sets for training trade people, because we can put them through systems which would kill them. A system in Australia, for example, that they've got is an electrician comes up to go and fix a continuous miner, doesn't check the roof and gets killed by a rockfall. Those kind of things are so powerful, and in exactly the same way as we train aircraft pilots, we can do the same with our CTE trades. But that's the second one, and that we're looking for federal funding because it's a big project. We've started our fundraising. We've now, as I say, in June got the figure to fix it. We've got scholarships in place already. As I say, our biggest problem is for our trial, we've got very disappointing enrollments. We still want to go ahead and do that because I want to make sure that next August 2025, when we release it across the state, that we actually know how to run online classes with contact labs. Now, contact labs could be, for example, in Ely. They haven't got, let's say, a lab, but there's the mine lab, so they could go and do some training there. We could bring them up to Elko for maybe a day or two. Those kinds of things we could actually do. So our next 2 years are going to be absolutely crucial for the mining center. It has to work. There's no other way that we can think of that's going to get people excited in the industry. We've got the stakeholders' input, and we're getting it all the time. It's got to be driven by the stakeholders. The structures are in place. We are looking to get better name recognition. Even in Elko, people don't know we exist. It's quite frustrating, really. So for the first time, we exhibited at the SME AGM in Denver. We were showing off our trades in the mining center at the Elko Mining Show. We're going to be there in at the Nevada Mining Association. We're going to be in Las Vegas at Mine Expo, because we've got to start getting the name out. And quite a few other places have become interested in this concept to try and attract people, because, as was mentioned, it's not just about salary for miners. In Australia, quickly, $65,000 starting salary for any engineer. A process engineer or metallurgist, $100,000. $120,000 starting job for a mining engineer. And in Australia, over the last 5 years, they've dropped from 350 undergraduates to 100. It is chronic, and we've got to do something different. And I truly think that this Mining Centre of Excellence has no option. It has to succeed, because if we can't get it through that, then I'm not quite sure what we can do, because we have mine tours. Coordination needs to be improved, absolutely, between all the stakeholders. But really, what else can we do? The mining industry needs this fourth industrial revolution technology of robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, all of those kinds of things, much more than any other industry, because we fight with nature. And so it's exciting, and we've got to be able to show school students that if you're interested in the environment, if you're interested in programming, if you're interested in robotics, you should go to the mining industry. We need it more than anything else. Thanks very much for indulging me. I apologize for rambling, but thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Sam.
Sam, I have a question. Commissioner Felder, I assume you're reaching out wider than to us for funding. I assume you're reaching out to Nevada Gold Mines. And I mean, how's that going? Are the mining companies being supportive?
Sam Spearing for the record. I apologize, when I started talking, I didn't say that. We have approached Nevada Gold Mines. They wanted to know what we needed for fixing up the building, making it fit for purpose. We are putting in a grant for a full-time mining instructor. As it stands now, we've got about 20 scholarships for the dual credits. But we haven't worked on a lot of the building because we didn't have a firm price for it. The other thing was we didn't have the MOU between UNR and GBC, which was signed again towards the end of June.
So the question was more about your sources of funding. Like, are you succeeding in bringing in money, or are we a major part of that, or how does that look?
As it stands, Sam Spearing for the record, as it stands at the moment, you are the largest one at the moment. We've got the meeting on September the 1st. We've had another meeting with NGM. Our president is talking to NGM, and we have the governor visiting us on Tuesday, where we're going to be showcasing what we're doing. Part of the problem has been, if it's a problem, moving very, very quickly, and without having, to be honest, all our ducks in a row. We've got those in a row now, so we are moving forward with that. But as it stands now, absolutely, NDOM is our biggest sponsor to date.
Suggestion, AngloGold Ashanti is currently developing a plus 30-year gold mine in Beatty. They need to give back to the state, so I'd suggest an approach to them as well, among all the others.
Sam Spearing for the record, thank you for that. We are going out there and to the lithium deposit in Tonopah. At the moment, we are working with Lithium Nevada at Winnemucca, looking at how to train their people. We're also hopefully going to be signing an MOU to be training Tesla people in the same way that TMCC does it in Reno, which is really quite exciting for us because it is who it is. It's downstage with lithium.
And one last question. I hope this is a rhetorical question, and I bet I'm not the only person in the room thinking it, but with the MOU with UNR, you get 100% of the funds you raise, right?
Sam Spearing for the record, yes.
Okay. Art's giggling over there.
This is Chairman Nordquist. Sam, what's the schedule with the current items that we're funding? Do we have a schedule on those?
We'll have a schedule by this month because we've only just formed our steering committee with UNR, and because that funding was actually approved for the Mining Centre of Excellence, but but through UNR, there's some hoops to go through to be transferring things and organizing that.
Rob Galleri again for the record. Just to update the commission as well as with the previous approved items. I actually had a conversation with Annie just the other day, and there was we delayed it, and yesterday was an IFC meeting for us to push that funding from FY23 to FY24. So we're good to use that in 24. And the wait to purchase the items were for the many things Sam said, right? Yeah. Getting the building outlined, getting all that. They didn't want to have equipment sitting there and not have a building to properly get it into yet. So that's the conversation we had. So we're up to date with them on that as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hallinan, I actually live in Spring Creek, Sam, and work for Kinross with Bald Mountain. So I see you've got Matt Miller on here as well. He's told us about the program that you guys are forming. When you mentioned about addressing the parents in the area, do you have a plan? What's the plan to actually reach out and catch some of those folks that the enrollment does, increase for the program? What's the plan for actually getting the word out more?
Sam Spearing for the record. We've got Heather Steele now on our advisory council. She looks after all dual credits for both of the high schools. We'll be producing we just didn't send it out. We'll be producing a note saying, is your child thinking of going to college? If the answer is yes, these are the options that they can do related to mining. So they can go to the CTE trades. These are the income potential. They can look at the dual credits for geology, mining, and metallurgy. These are the options, either a certificate or an associate degree, or alternatively a full degree. Because we think that, unfortunately, 16 and 17-year-olds, we must have had probably about 40 school children came up to us afterwards and said, wow, we're interested in this. But with their age and things like that, I don't think they would think of, following through. Whereas a parent does have a longer term vision and say, look, you're planning to do computer science, mechatronics, mining, geology, metallurgy. Why don't you take advantage of this? There are, more scholarships available and things like that. And I think it's the parents. And that was something that I missed because we blitzed it. I mean, we had Twitter, we had Facebook, we had press release, we had live radio interviews, and I think we missed the parents totally.
Commissioner Bain, from personal experience, Barrett was supporting the Great Basin Trade School in Winnemucca and so giving scholarships out for that. When we just sent those notes through the school system, we got very little, and in fact, some years zero participation. When we went to the parents at the mine, then we got a lot more participation. The kid gets the note, but it never makes it out of the lunch bucket or something. Whereas the parents, in fact, the 1 year the program was almost canceled because we had no students. We filled the whole course just with one mine's parents, and they were fighting amongst each other to get their kids into that class when they realized how much money was up for grabs. So.
Sam Spearing for the record, absolutely. Our MTC scholarship, for those who don't know, We have 10 companies involved, and we have 83 of them now, and we only have 300 students in our CTE program. And what it gives them is $5,000 towards their education. It gives them an internship over Fridays and Saturdays, wherever else they want to work, where they get paid $20 an hour, and it pretty much allows the company over that year to see if, one, the student is someone that has their same beliefs, values, etc. And it's very, very popular, and we're trying to grow that even more. It's been running for over 20 years, and it's very, very popular program. But absolutely, we do it through the parents as well. But it's at least got such a history that it's actually, almost self-perpetuating, but we can't, take things for granted, but at least it's well known now. Totally agree, sir.
Commissioner Henderson. I think this is a very good program, but I'd like to see more progress before we commit to more funds. So I would suggest, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel, you come back in a next quarter or a quarter after that and show some progress, maybe show that your equipment that we've already given you has been ordered, and then we can consider again. This would be my idea.
Sam, speaking for the record, that makes sense. I've got no problem with that at all. We need to show progress. It's a resources versus sort of funding sort of situation, and it's always a chicken and egg, and it's always difficult to get these things off the ground and show that you actually have got the potential that you're talking about.
Let me ask Rob. If we delay purchase of this second batch of equipment, we still have time before the building is ready to go anyway. Is that correct? Could you enlighten me on that a little bit?
Rob Galleri for the record. So with the approved funding by the commission that was through Annie to the same school, what we did is we budgeted for it in FY23, because when we initially did this, Annie thought she was going to be able to purchase it before that. Then, as Sam was saying, there's quite a few surprises with the building, that things like power. We're not quite there, and so Annie kind of delayed it. But with the way the contract was written, we actually have until, I know I fat-fingered this when I was entering it, because I did December 13th, 2024 instead of December 31st. But we have until December 13th, 2024 for that contract before we'd have to amend the contract. It's just right now the authority for this funding is in FY24 now. So delaying it, we have 10 months until we'd have to look at that again. Does that answer your question?
I'm not talking about the equipment that we already approved. I'm talking about the new proposal he's asking today. He's asking for the spectrometer and the VR sets. So if we don't approve this today, they still have a lot of work to catch up with the building, the electrical, and we can revisit this in 3 to 6 months, and it probably won't cause any real delays for them to implement into their excellence program.
No, I don't see any issues with that at all.
Okay.
Sorry for the miscommunication.
No, it's okay.
Thanks. Chairman Norquist, I support that approach too. I think I'd like to see some more. We remain committed with what we've already, of course, contracted, and I agree with that approach to come back in a quarter or two to see what progress we've made.
Sorry, Sam, speaking for the record, just one comment. The VR sets could be used immediately, not just for ourselves, but at McCaw, at the museums and things like that, because they are the kind of thing that, apart from training students, they are very appealing for the mining industry, for kids to look at them and to see, wow, this is an open pit mine. I can navigate myself around. I can do that. It's only a comment. If it's delayed, it really doesn't affect things. But I'm just saying that doesn't need a building and can be mobile and actually used immediately. Thank you.
Again, Chairman Norquist, I think this opportunity, if there's a motion to present, to be presented. Otherwise, I think we'll come back to this at a later date.
Do you want to table this to the next commission meeting?
Yeah, I think let's look towards the next commission meeting and look towards what progress we've got about at that time.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam. Much appreciated.
Stansbury, for the record, thank you very much indeed for putting up with me.
Okay, next item of business for discussion is the division's recent education and outreach program by Carol and Garrett. Perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Shelton, and I'm with the Nevada Division of Minerals, Southern Nevada office. This is actually my first commission presentation, so bear with me if I get nervous. I have to say, Randy, that a lot of my handwritten notes are going to address some of the things you said today, so hopefully we'll get you some answers to some of the things you brought up. Garrett?
Oh, hold on.
All righty. All right, so you know that with our outreach program, we do a lot of presentations. And as Rob so eloquently told us, that what we're doing for our educational program is providing information on the minerals and oil and gas that we produce here in Nevada, and sharing with people those resources and what those things can do for us. This is just a quick view of our attendance over the past few years. I'm going to touch more on this in a little bit, in a couple of slides, but appreciably mostly close between 22 and 23. I think for the 2022, we captured a lot of video presentations in there, and so the number looks a little skewed, but we have been doing pretty good in maintaining a good presence in doing education and outreach. Total number of presentations, you can see from the northern and southern offices, how they've fluctuated, but are still pretty good. Okay. And then this is a breakdown of our presentations. If you look at 2023 and that career fair, it went up from 35 in 2022 to 162 in 2023. What happened is when I started in December, Garrett sent out emails to the schools that he had contacted previously and had done education and outreach for. And then I took it a step further, and I went on the Clark County School District website, and I created a spreadsheet of all the schools in Southern Nevada. That's about 340. And then I proceeded to contact each and every school to ask about coming to their school. So that's halfway through the semester now, because I started at the end of December, so now we're in the second semester. So that outreach really resulted in a huge increase in our career fair. And to your point, Randy, what we want to do is take that spreadsheet, and now we want to go back and update it. We want to say, okay, I contacted this school in 2022, or beginning of 23, and they responded. Now let me go to the next year, and did they call me back the next year? Did they call me back the next year? And so in this way, we'll be able to track our attendance at these schools, not just by the number, but repeat visits. right? So that's really important. So I think that kind of addresses a little bit of what you said. And we'll also take a look at the demographics and start plotting out, where these schools are at and who we're coming back to. We did extend to all the schools towards Southern Nevada, so we did go to we went to Mesquite this year. It's an hour and a half outside of Las Vegas. I think we went to Beatty as well. And so we are reaching out to some of the little rural areas outside of our schools, outside of Southern Nevada as well. So we are doing that, and we hope to just keep increasing that. I would really love to see that civic organization number get a little bit bigger, because I think those are the adults that are voting, and they need to hear what we're saying. But the school presentations have been going really well, and I think the kids are getting it. I think they understand it and they're getting it, but we want to get some older viewers too, right? We want to get those voters hearing what we have to say.
Carol, I have a question for you on that slide.
Sure.
So just curious, so career fair, by description, can you tell me the difference between the career fair versus classroom presentation? Because it seems like maybe did you capture more folks with the 162 in the career fair, so there was fewer single classroom presentations? Is that way there's a little bit of a flip on those?
So Garrett can help me out if I get it wrong, but I think the classroom presentations are usually when we present and then do a hands-on activity. Whereas a career fair is more of a career fair. But to tell you the truth, they kind of overlap a little bit. They do. They do overlap, yes. My goal is to be able to go to all the schools in Clark County before I end my career. And that's still a few years away. And so that's what I'm hoping to go for. Garrett?
Garrett Wake for the record. Just a little more on that as well. We try to parse out this, more granular data here. And so I think in 2022, we captured a lot of things as classroom presentations that were really career type presentations. When you go to K through 5 schools, they say, hey, it's career day. We're in the classroom giving a full-on presentation, whereas in a high school, you're sitting at a booth. And so I think we just maybe I just kind of flopped around how we did it. The career fairs more in 2023 probably included like more of the classroom type settings, whereas in 2022 it was a lot of just, those were the high schools we went to and sat at a booth and interacted with people as they came to us. So you can add those together and it's about the same number of presentations at schools every year.
Question on the career fair, just back to a point I made earlier with Sam. Are you, when you're at the career, particularly at the career fair, but it would apply to your classroom presentation as well, are you mentioning the earning potentials to people?
Andy, you're just giving away all my good stuff.
Okay.
All right. I think that's going to come in a couple more slides. So yeah, we are definitely doing that. Yeah, we're doing that. So let's see. Let's go to our next slide here. So we do cover a lot of different topics. Of course, minerals. We're talking about how minerals are in everyday life for these students and how they're important to us. The geoscience, we're talking about presentations and hands-on activities. Mining in Nevada, our focus is jobs. Okay, coming up in about 3 weeks is going to be my 50th anniversary here in the state of Nevada. At my age, that makes me almost a native. And I did not know about mining until I started in gold mining, and I'm passionate about mining now. And I'm passionate about informing Southern Nevadans about mining. We don't know about it. I grew up in Clark County. I did not know about it until I got a call from Round Mountain, and they said, come for an interview. And I said, where's Round Mountain? Okay, and so we need to get that message to Southern Nevada, okay, and I'm passionate about trying to make that happen. Of course, critical minerals, we actually started getting requests for critical minerals this year from classes, so I incorporated critical minerals into our presentations, and then of course we talk about abandoned mine lands. This slide I actually created myself. What I talk to students about is that no matter what career they go into, it's going to fit somewhere into mining. Except for the YouTube influencers. I can't help those guys. But for most careers, they fit into mining. And then I share with them that group right there of operators and technicians, that's the heart and soul of mining. All right, those are the hourly folks that make that operation run every day. And then I share with them that there is a report from the Governor's Office, Economic Development Division, that came out in January of 2023. And it showed that the annual salary in mining in 2022 in Nevada was $126,000. And when I talk to students, I have that report in front of me, and I also share that with them. And when I tell them it's $126,000 average, I tell them that number is not just for those science and engineers and those people with four-year degrees. It's also for those core people, those operators and technicians that are working hourly. They're making that money. And then I say, well, you know what? This report could be false. But I know that my son was an operator, and I know he made over six figures at 21 years of old driving a haul truck. So I know that that number is fairly accurate. And so I make sure I do share that with students. And they're like, wow. And the teachers are like, when can I get a job? I don't want to teach anymore. All right, so that's really important. The other thing that I do when I talk about jobs is I share with people and students Indeed.com. It's a job app, right? And surprisingly, a lot of students, even high school students, do not know about Indeed, and neither do their teachers because they've been teaching for so long. I share with them that on Indeed, at any given day, if you put in Nevada and mining, you will get at least 400 different jobs in the state of Nevada, a lot of them entry level or no experience. So I always share that with them as well, and that's been a big hit. So Indeed.com has been added, I should get paid. Indeed.com has been added to all my slides to let people know there's a resource out there. You don't have to go far, just download the app, right? So we do that as well. Talked about critical minerals here in Nevada. We have a potential of a vast amount of minerals that we are not maybe exploiting as much as we should, or exploring, not exploiting. And I want to get that across to people. If we have 50 critical minerals and there's 33 potentially available in Nevada, we should be looking at those resources. We should be looking at exploring and how we can get these resources. We're not impacting cities and towns, you know. Most of our state is owned by the federal government. People need to know this. They need to understand that for an electric vehicle, it takes 6 times as much minerals as for a conventional vehicle. They need to understand that for offshore wind plants, it takes 13 times more minerals than for the same size gas-fired plant. This is what I tell the students, okay? So minerals are critical, and we need them to maintain our way of life, right? And we can do that here in Nevada. I share with them that we always hear about fossil fuels and green energy. We are always going to need fossil fuels for oils, for plastics, natural gas for heat. We're always going to need those. But people have to understand that if we want to go green, we have to have minerals. If we need the minerals, we need mining. All right, those go hand in hand. Green energy and mining go hand in hand, and we need to share that with folks. I often think that sometimes the folks that want to yell green energy are also the same ones yelling down with mining. They don't understand that there's a direct correlation. They're hand in hand. We need to get that message across to people, okay? Not just students, but adults as well. I love to show this slide because no matter what age, I say to the students, who's this guy? And they all yell, Abraham Lincoln. You know, they think they're really smart. And I'm glad for that, right? But I found this quote, and I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but prior to Abraham Lincoln going to Ford's Theater on the night of his assassination, he was talking to Schuyler Colfax, who was a former Speaker of the House. And he said verbally, I have very large ideas for the mineral wealth of our nation. Tell the miners from me that I shall promote their interests to the utmost of my ability, because their prosperity is the prosperity of the nation. And we shall prove in a few years that we are indeed the treasury of the world. So in 1865, President Lincoln understood the importance of minerals to our nation. I almost think that we lost some of that momentum when he was assassinated later on that night. But we need to share that with people, that we do have a valuable resource here in Nevada, and it's not just going to benefit us, but it's going to benefit our entire nation. So I love to show that slide. Schuyler actually gave that presentation in Denver, Colorado on 27 May 1865, a few months after the assassination. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about AML. And so I usually show an opening of an adit or a shaft, and I asked the kids, I said, what is hazardous can happen to you? What bad thing can happen to you? And they always know the answer. They always know. They know there's animals. There's no wild animals. They know that. They know there's insects and spiders. They know there's bad air. They know they can collapse on you. They really know this stuff. It's amazing. And then one of our AML contractors actually took this picture, and he went back and looked at it. And if you look closely, you can see the eyes of a mountain lion. And so the kids really love that now, too. And even the high school kids like this picture because they can relate to that. But they love, you can just see his little eyes sticking over there, that, you know, it's hazardous, and we need to be cautious around them. This is a COVID kid. You can tell by his handwriting. When we go and talk at schools, they usually give us a goodie bag when we first arrive. It might have a thank you note, it'll have some water and some snacks, and that's awesome. They're thanking us beforehand. But what really hits home is when I'm heading out to my car and there's some little kid running after me saying, my teacher told me to give you this. Or a week later, I'm in my office, and in the mail comes a letter like this. It says, Dear Carol Shelton, thank you for coming to Campero to tell us about your career. I learned to stay out of mines that are abandoned. You can save someone's life. I really like what you said about staying out of mines, to say it about mines and to stay out. Sincerely, Axel. Now, you know what? I think Axel's going to remember this. He didn't have to write this, right? And you can see he's not the best writer, but he wrote it, and his teacher had the courtesy to mail it to me. I think we're making a difference when we talk to students, right? It's hitting home. And then here's another one I got in the mail, and this was after the fact also. I got this in the mail, and just showing the appreciation. I think that when a teacher is taking that time to go a little bit extra to share with us and tell us thank you, I think we're making a difference. You can hear it when the teachers come and they say, thank you so much, I didn't know any of this. I want to know more. One teacher had a daughter who was also a teacher. She pulled her daughter in to hear the presentation. And so I think we're getting some things across, but I do want to see more. So as we go into the future, I want to add in charter schools and private schools for this coming school year. I have several friends in charter schools, and they've asked me to come speak at their schools. I want to see us go, like I said, to all Clark County School District schools before I end my career here with NDOM. But I also would like to see more involvement in Southern Nevada. I mean, we heard about Great Basin, and that's great, and UNR, but, you know, some of us have different loyalties. Okay, you guys see that? I want to see us doing that in Southern Nevada. I want to see us talking about how we're going to grow our programs at community college. We have a welding program at community college. We have HVAC at community college. Are we at community college telling these people about the resources available here in Nevada? Are we telling them about the Great Basin College that they can go to and maybe get some scholarships? I want to see that happening because Nevada is the most popular, Las Vegas, Southern Nevada, is the most populated area of our state. And you know what? We can get a lot of good folks from that area if we knew about mining, which we don't. And I want to change that. All right, well, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Just a comment. I substitute teach occasionally.
Yes.
And just as a side note, and it was in that elementary school. They were having career day, and they had several people come in. Most of the people there, that they had children there, you know, the ones putting on the presentation either had a child there or they were married to a teacher there. And I will say this, the most popular one of them all is they had an F-16 pilot who came in with this flight suit on, with this helmet on, and he looked like, of course, Tom Cruise in Maverick, and then he took it off, and then he looks like he's 12 years old compared to me, which he probably is, but he did say F-16s go up to 50,000 feet, and also they go twice the speed of sound. So.
You know what? There's a guy that comes all the time also, and he's there when I'm there. He's okay, but he doesn't get the reception that I get because I'm reaching their hearts and souls. Just saying. Thank you.
I know, I should have went first. I knew it. I put mine first actually in here and someone changed it, so. Oh, and Garrett Wake, for the record, Commissioner Griffin, I also just wanted to say, to piggyback on what Carol said, is we never have trouble going back to the same schools. They call us up every year, and I said for many years, we need to get new. We need to keep getting new schools. We have been. We've been bringing new schools into the fold all the time, but the old schools still call us, and it's like, well, how do we fit all these in, you know, to a day? So, like you said, that's our measure. Every year that we have many teachers say, hey, can you come back out this year, same time, same place, same grade? And we say, we'll be there. Got 3 other present schools that week, but we'll be there. Yeah. Okay, so to complement Carol's presentation, I'll be talking about our in-person teachers workshop and the All About Mining for a STEM Education virtual workshop that we put on every year. And so this is my outline today. I promise I think I can keep this to about 20 minutes and hold me to that. Just want to quickly touch on the attendance for the Northern and Southern workshops. You've seen this graphic before. I think Rob might have put it together a few years ago or had Debbie do it. But so our attendance has been pretty, an average of about 100 to 120 in the Southern workshop and somewhere around 80-ish or so in the Northern workshop pre-pandemic. Obviously, the Southern Nevada workshop there you can see was canceled twice during the pandemic, and one of the workshops in the North was canceled. We've seen a little bit of a slow recovery coming out of the pandemic, but we are seeing an uptick. You can see the green line there. That's the Southern Nevada workshop. We went from 68 to 82 this year, and I think we would have seen the exact same thing in the Northern Nevada workshop, but we did a rural workshop this year, and we do see, reduced attendance at those. It was in Winnemucca. So, I think we're going to keep bouncing back. My thought here is, and why we haven't returned more quickly to our previous attendance, I'm guessing there's a lot more distance opportunities out there. Everyone created these distance learning opportunities during the pandemic because that's the only option we had. And a lot of the teachers probably thought, this is nice, I can do this from home and still get the same things. And so I'm guessing it's just taking a little more time to get everyone back there in person because we're still marketing, we're still pushing it heavily, and we still get a lot of feedback. So first I'll just touch on, and what I'm going to do here a little differently, I'm just going to go through the feedback for these workshops. So we've been capturing this feedback year over year. I don't know if we've specifically just kind of dove into it, and so that's what I'm going to do here, talk about the feedback that the teachers give us for these workshops. So at the Southern workshop in March at Faith Lutheran, we had 106 teachers enrolled this year, 82 showed up. That's a typical no-show rate. We usually have about 20% no-shows. The first question, asking about how the pre-workshop information was organized and if registration was accessible and convenient. The vast majority of people responded with strongly agreed or agreed, so they liked how we communicated and they liked the registration process. One person disagreed when looking through their response. They said everything was great. I wouldn't change anything. So I don't know, unfortunately, what the hang-up was there, but that's what was on that response. Second question's on the facilities. How were they? Very strong response. Everyone likes going to Faith Lutheran, I guess. So I think we'll continue going there as long as we can. The workshop schedule is satisfactory. How long the sessions are and the break lengths. Again, vast majority strongly agree. Same thing with this disagree. They said that everything went well, so couldn't glean anything from that. And then these last two questions, question 4 and question 5, I think are the most important in my opinion. The question 4 asks if they received important content from the workshop that they can actually bring into the classroom. Are we being effective? Are we providing them with the resources they need to bring them to their students? And again, the vast majority of respondents strongly agreed, all strongly agreed or agreed. So that's really good. And then this workshop has been a great experience overall. Everyone strongly agreed or agreed. Move on to the Northern workshop, which was at Lowry High School in Winnemucca. 55 enrollees and 32 attended the workshop. Same questions here, same 5 questions. Pre-workshop information registration. Again, most people strongly agreed or agreed. There were 2 neutral comments. There wasn't anything to gain again from those. A lot of times people will leave the comment fields blank, the open-ended ones. So we will be having an education committee meeting coming up soon, though, and we'll talk to the staff to see if there was anything that they saw maybe could be improved on the rural workshop. The facilities, again, very good. 1 disagree, no information there. The workshop schedule, satisfactory. Pretty much the same as the Southern workshop, very good. 1 disagree, no information. And then again, question 4 and question 5, both very strongly agree or agree for everyone there. So both in-person workshops, this is the feedback I only pulled from this past fiscal year, but really every fiscal year, the information that teachers provide, very similar to this. And this is not the only information we capture. What we do is we put these on QR codes. We put them in their binders as well as other places in the school. After the first two or three sessions, when they go to lunch, they scan those codes, take it real quick while it's fresh in their mind, and then at the end of the day, on the first day, they do the last 2 sessions or last 3 sessions of that day. Then the second day on the tours, they do one more survey, which captures the tours and the whole workshop. And that's what this is, the workshop as a whole. So we do provide this information in better detail to each instructor on what they could improve or what they're doing well on. And then lastly, the Mining for STEAM Education virtual workshop. And just a quick recap on this. So this is the virtual workshop we put in place along with the Colorado School of Mining. It's all about mining folk. They had in-person workshops there in Colorado, and due to the pandemic, they said, hey, we want to do something virtually. We partnered with them along with the Nevada Mining Association and the Education Committee, found a bunch of videos online that were high quality, talked about different facets of mining. We put them into an application here, and we now invite between 30 and 40 teachers either 2 or 3 times a year to come in, watch these videos, interact with our staff, and submit a lesson plan at the end saying how they're going to bring this into their classroom. Our attendance has been good for these workshops. So back from summer of 22, we had 40 enrollees, 28 were awarded credit that semester. In fall of 2022, we had 30, 29 earned credit. And then this past spring, 33 enrolled, 30 earned credit. We already are at capacity for the fall. We reached that very early. Every teacher, or I shouldn't say every, but most of the teachers say, this was fantastic. I'm going to tell X, Y, and Z or this person, that person at my school to take this too. And so this is traveling far by word of mouth. That's a common thing that the participants say, that they're going to rope other people in their school into it because of the experience they had. These questions were a little different, but we have the same feedback. Course was organized and understandable. Over 99% either strongly agreed or agreed through all 3 of the last iterations. And these are 6-week sessions, do at your own pace for the most part, but they do have to start at the beginning of the session and they have to finish by the end of the session. So they can watch the videos in any period in there. They just have to complete it by the time it ends. The course was balanced between videos, activities, and interaction. Vast majority here, again, strongly agree or agree. I do have some feedback from all these questions I'll touch on at the end of this. There were a few neutrals and 1 disagree, and I've pulled those out to discuss. The content and lesson is adaptable for use in the classroom, very important to us. Vast majority of people, again, strongly agree or agree. Asking if they would use this in the classroom. A few neutrals and a few disagrees, but again, the vast majority agree or strongly agree. And then I was able to pull out some of the more descriptive details. I didn't cherry pick any of this data from the last semester. Any of the more lengthy responses or detailed responses I put in here. And so if you want to see what some of the teachers are saying regarding these questions, I won't read them all, but I might point out a few of them. This question asked what they asked the best part of the course was. I really like the first one on here, and again, these are very repetitive semester after semester. I have such a deeper understanding of the impact of mining. The videos provided multiple opportunities to learn and build that concept of if it isn't grown, it's mined. So that's a common response. And the workshop really, it focuses heavily on mining, but it also brings in earth science. It talks about the financial aspects, exploration, ore processing, reclamation, safety. So it brings in many, many aspects of the industry. About 15 hours of video content is what they're watching. And then they interact with me as the instructor right now at the end of each module they complete, telling me what they learned and if they have any questions. Next question, what would you change in this class? So there's a few common threads here. It is a long course for them to complete. It's set at 17 hours for the amount of credit that they receive. However, there are parts of the course where really it could take you much longer and much shorter to complete, like the end of course capstone. Some people finish that in an hour. Some people it takes 5 hours. Just depends on how quickly they can work on it. And so we do get some feedback saying, I wish you could make it shorter. But unfortunately, this is as short as we can make it. And then some people say things like, you should add more quizzes, which goes against making it shorter. So you got to kind of balance those things out. And then the general comments here. I really like the last one here. And I was going to touch on this as well. I'll read it first. I did enjoy the class. I didn't realize how important mining was in my everyday life and how it is everywhere. I've recommended this class to others to take for the fall session. You know, there's a lot of teachers that come to this course. We do a beginning introductory face-to-face session on Zoom, and we talk about the administration of the course, the expectations, and things like that. And then as we roll it through the course, the feedback I get from teachers, some of the teachers are all about mining. You know, they're just, I already know, I like it, and I just wanted to learn more. But some of them, you can tell from their responses, are a bit skeptical, have a neutral view, or somewhat a negative view, right? And their questions kind of go down those paths of what if this, well, why did I see this? But always throughout the course, always, these questions change, and the insights they provide, they always have well, I didn't know that we had these reclamation laws. I didn't know about reclamation law. I didn't know that it took 10 years to permit a mine. I didn't know there was all these layers of permitting. And so I'm not going to say every teacher at the end is saying, I'm going to join a mining company, but all of them do say, I really didn't know that there was this much process involved and this many layers to the process. So that's always good to see. And then I just wanted to show you a few of these capstone lesson plans. So the very last thing they do in the course is they have to follow a set of standards, and they have to say how they would bring this into their classroom. They have to say what grade they're in, what subjects they teach, and they have to fit a lesson plan to their subjects. And it's pretty amazing, some of these that you see. For example, this one right here, this is the first one I clicked on. It's called How Does Mining Help the Community? This person made this from scratch. It's for their first grade classroom. They teach English, language arts, and social studies. Okay? Well, in their presentation here, they're hitting on standards that are applicable to first grade social studies and English and language arts, asking questions to help determine or clarify the meaning of words and phrases in text, and describing how environment impacts how we live and the work we do. This is a language arts teacher bringing mining into their classroom and being able to say to their administration, I'm teaching about minerals today, and these are the standards that make this possible. Pretty cool, if you ask me. This next one here, seventh grade science teacher, Eureka, mining for minerals. This activity here goes through different mining locations in Nevada, what they mine, the county it's mined in, the type of mine, and then general locations and what it looked like when they zoomed into Google Earth. So, you know, another creative way of bringing mining concepts into their classroom. And then the last one here, talking about the impacts of mining. So a more creative response. This is for a fourth grade science and writing class, talking about what we use mining for, but also how to mitigate impacts to the environment. And so teachers are finding ways that aren't traditionally teaching about mining to bring this into their classroom. And then we now have, after maybe 5 or 6 semesters, about 100 of these lessons plans that are all unique. I had to tell after the first few semesters, all right, guys, we can't keep doing cookie mining. I need you to make something new, because they were finding that just doing some kind of riff on cookie mining was really easy. But so we have at least 70 or so excellent lesson plans for first grade through 12th grade for science or PE or chemistry to say, hey, let's look at mining. Pretty cool. The next step then is I need to kind of put all these in a standard formatting. They're supposed to submit them in a standard format. They rarely do, and I'm not going to fail them for doing that, so I have to go through and reformat all of these. But I need to get all of them reformatted, sort them by grade and subject, and then get them on our website. So that's on my to-do list to do very soon. Oh, and this is another part of that person's. They made this. This person made all of this to go along with their activity. 3 ways mining affects our daily lives. Pretty cool. Any questions? I hope this answers your question as well. If we're also, Commissioner Griffin, if we are assessing what we're doing and if it's having an impact, not only just going back to those schools time after time again, but we are capturing this in a survey form as well, at the workshops at least.
This Commissioner Hallinan, I have a quick question because I haven't looked for this on the NDOM website yet. Is there a list of what schools in the towns or cities within Nevada that we are visiting? And the reason I ask that is because our GM at Bald Mountain Mine, I believe his girlfriend lives, she's a teacher in Reno. And our GM was curious one day, he was saying, I don't know how we are reaching the young people, through the teachers. And I mentioned to him how there's the education workshop and such. And Joe was just saying that they'd received some misinformation about, he'd heard that somebody had talked about coal mining at some of the schools in Reno, but it was all pretty negative, I guess. And that's where he was thinking, wow, how are we reaching out? And so I knew we did. And I just wondered if there's just a list of the schools and areas.
Garrett Wake for the record. So we have this very advanced database. It's an Excel spreadsheet with the names of all the schools we go to. So we do have that information. I do think that is another area where we could, improve that. I tried to, many years ago, track where we were going in terms of zip code to see where we were doing presentations across the state. And it came out pretty well, but it really showed a lot in Reno and Las Vegas. I thought, maybe that's not the best thing to. But we do have that information, and it probably would be good to polish it up a little bit and make it available, maybe.
Because it's something we do internally to keep track of for our performance measures, it'd be easy to update, put on the website, and then put in if you'd like a presentation at your school, click here, right? Yeah, just a mechanism so that the public and the interested parties can see where we're doing this outreach. And then if they don't see them being represented, how can they raise their hand? And it wouldn't require any additional work on our part.
Great idea.
Yeah. Commissioner Griffin here, just got a question. How do y'all reach out to the school? Do you call the principal and tell them who, if they're not familiar with us, what do you do it over the phone, or you drop in on them, or?
Garrett Wake for the record. We've tried many avenues. I've emailed superintendents across the state. Of course, I didn't get any emails back from that. I just thought it would be an easy way of getting to everybody. The mechanisms we found to be the most beneficial, aside from word of mouth and just recurring, Bill Durbin before me had a network of many schools, and they continue to call. But there's a few things that have worked out really well. We're part of a network called Choya, Connecting Hands, offering lifelong lessons, I think it is, or lifelong learning. They're a network of Clark County School District aligned or companies and nonprofits that just support schools. And so that network also has a lot of Southern Nevada schools in their distribution database. So we plug them, I send them an email blast at least a few times a year saying, hey, can you send this out to everybody? And they will. And we get a lot of responses on that. I set up an appointment scheduling website, which worked out pretty well, but it had some challenges as well, where teachers could actually just go on a website, put in their name in school, pick a date and time, and we would go. We will probably do that again, but it had some challenges as well. So any ideas or any ways, if anyone has any, we're open to hearing them, but we
Well, and I don't know if,
workshops, yeah.
yeah, and I don't know if they have these, but this is just, I've got to believe that that Clark County and Reno would apply at Reno as well. I would think anybody in a school district, they probably have a meeting or what do you want to call it, principals, and I don't know what kind of schedules they might have as far as who comes to the meeting and what they're doing. It would certainly be probably a business meeting of some sort that the superintendent or somebody is there, but I don't know where you'd find that out. Maybe some of your principal friends would say, yeah, we have a meeting twice a year, and one of them's in the summer and one of them's during Christmas break, and then maybe you could go in to give a 10 or 15 minute, because they're not going to put up with you very long, 10 or 15 minute presentation on what you do and what you offer. That's my only suggestion, if they even have them.
Garrett Wake for the record. There is another place we go to, the Southern Nevada Earth Science Teachers Workshop, and a lot of teachers go there. And then we also, I have a feeling this is going to come back one day, but I did find, we found a distribution list of all the principals in Clark County, and Blind Carbon copied them saying we have workshops and we do school presentations, and we've got a lot of responses, no negative ones yet. So as long as that keeps going that route, we'll probably keep doing that. We're working on it, and we get booked up. We get filled up with presentations. We're busy. We could do that full time all year. Oh, well, not in the summer, but the rest of the year.
Commissioner Hallinan again. Garrett, real quick, so the connection with the Education Committee and the Nevada Mining Association, is there information still through their website or no? As far as the places you visit or this opportunity for the I know the teachers' workshops are, but this sort of classroom engagement and what Carol does, is that also discussed on NVMA's website? Do you know?
Garrett Wake for the record. I don't think so. I'm almost positive it's not. They do their own outreach, but I don't think we do any coordination with like signing up to do. It's the logistics of scheduling is difficult. So even if we wanted them to do it, we'd probably just say, hey, can you point them to our website and have them call us? But absolutely.
All right, any more questions or comments? Very good. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to old business. We've got next up is a review of the AML partner agreements with Rob.
Okay, Rob Galeri for the record. I'm the last one, so I will do what I can to drag this out as long as possible. No, just kidding. Currently, what I'm going to go over today is kind of the changes that's been happening in Nevada as well as the national scale real quick, and the partnerships that we have had and what we're continuing to build on for the Abandoned Mine Lands program and how it affects the agency overall. So talking about partners, you kind of got to look at the problem at a scale. So I've showed you guys some of this slide before. It's finally been finished by the USGS. They compilated all the historic mining features throughout the United States, including now Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. And they both somehow, Puerto Rico and Hawaii, had features on it. So we all said they're hosting the next conferences. We don't think that's going to happen. But so it is over 716,000 historic mining-related features off USGS topo maps across the West. The USGS is publishing data, and I believe in NAMLP they will have the actual data so we could reference it. But out of all of these 716,000 features, they believe over 600,000 are hard rock alone. So less than 100,000 or right around 100,000 are coal. So there's a magnitude scale difference between hard rock and coal, yet coal has received already over $5 billion in reclamation, just received another $11 billion from the infrastructure. But they do have, in the East Coast and Appalachia, as well as some of the western other states that have a little more water than us, the significant operating maintenance, especially for the acid mine drainage, right? Hard rock, no complete inventory. We estimate $50 billion in costs and unknown long operation and maintenance. You look at it at a scale, so Nevada has more of those features than any other state. Out of the 700,000, Nevada has 120,000. There is a significant amount in Nevada. So what the division has been able to do since 1987 is really significant. I think the total numbers now after the summer is going to be 25,000 inventory. We think 40 to 50,000. We estimate that the current funding rates, and that's why we're kind of talking about this in federal partners, is funding rates. We think in about 35 years we would be able to finish inventory, 40 years to complete safeguarding, but that's also with a caveat of going to it once and only once. We know that's not what happens. And 119 years to close all 70% of the features known in Nevada at the current funding rate. So a few careers ahead of us. Real ballpark numbers, 400 million just for construction costs alone, if I was to use some current costs on projects to forecast out. And then on the environmental side, well, they don't even have a funding source to do inventory, so we don't truly know what's out there. Thousands of sites, tens of billions of dollars, right? You start getting some of these environmental concerns, let's say Yerington Anaconda, they get much more expensive very fast. But again, all those points doesn't correlate to what's actually on the ground. This is a great example of Sean and I. This is the Clayford mine south of Highway 6, north of Golden Arrow, Silver Bow, north of the Tonopah test range. There was like 3 or 4 shaft symbols on the map. We're like, okay, we'll go hammer that out real quick. And you draw up and show up to this, right? You're like, okay, we're coming back another day because we're not going to be able to finish in the short time. So there's always a change in scope. The BLM in 2014 actually did a really good estimate. And so this always makes me curious, so the next slide. But so they estimated 10 two-man crews, 1,952 work months to complete inventory is what they estimated. That's 160-something years. So again, I like to say we could do it a lot quicker than that. The current technologies we're using, the current methods that we're doing, we are getting it done quicker. But this, I mean, this was in 2014, so 9 years ago. The GAO 2238 report that came out in 2020, this is what they came up with. I don't know who they talked to. They talked to the wrong people. They got some data from us, but they only asked us about how much money we're spending and how much federal money we're spending. They didn't ask about anything else. The thing that makes everybody nervous that works in AML is this is the type of information that gets to the congressional delegation. This is what's going to DC to instruct and educate those people. And this data is just wrong from the beginning. It is bad data. I mean, they said there's only 7,800 features with confirmed physical or environmental hazards in agency databases. Nevada has 24,000 in our database. So they're using bad data, but they did come up with some good numbers of 300 million annually from fiscal years 2008 through 17. In 2000, EPA estimated 35 billion, and that was in 2000. And then one thing they did note is the need for a good SAM bill for AML. And again, just Nevada alone, we estimate 400 million just for physical safety at the moment. That's, again, construction only. But it is known there's a giant funding shortfall. This is a letter from the Senate to the Senate Natural Resources in March of 2023. In there, it says GAO estimates the federal agency spend on average $287 million, identifying, cleaning up, and monitoring abandoned hard rock mine sites. Some estimates remediating all abandoned mine sites in the United States could cost as much